that I do believe we have a quorum, and we will go ahead and commence with a roll call. Commissioners, if you'll say present when I call your name. Commissioner Blackshear.
Present.
Vice Chair Farr.
Present.
Commissioner Gobble.
Present.
Commissioner Johnson.
Present.
Council Lady Murphy.
Present.
Commissioner Sims.
Present.
Commissioner Tibbs. Commissioner Tibbs, you're on mute. Sometime, there you are.
Hello,
Tibbs.
I'm here.
Excellent. We have quorum, and Commissioner Atkins is here as well. That's me, and I appreciate everyone joining the call. I hope and pray that everyone made it through the ice and the snow. I know that I went sledding about 6 times with my daughter, and it about killed my old back. But anyway, had a good time in the snow. I'm glad the warm weather is back. Just a few housekeeping notes before we get started. If when you're not speaking, please try to mute your, and this is to commissioners and everyone and the council members. If you're not speaking, please try to mute the lines. It just makes for everyone can hear better and better recording. The second housekeeping note is that when I say raise your hand, it means your icon hand, or speak up when for discussion. And then whenever you speak, make sure, if I don't call your name, make sure you state your name so that legal doesn't get mad at us and tell us we're doing something wrong. So appreciate everybody doing that. The next item up for the agenda is that we need to establish a telephonic meeting. And so, which is item B. Alex, I think he's on the line, our attorney.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here.
Can you explain this for everybody?
Sure.
And I'll read the motion.
Yeah, so thank you for noting that we need to have everybody needs to identify themselves when they speak. That's part of our requirements under the executive order, not just us trying to get in the way on that one. As an update for everybody else, I want to point out that we're expecting the governor's office to extend electronic meetings for either 30 or 60 days. We were supposed to get something about that on Tuesday, but we're expecting it to come in the next couple of days. So your next one, you'll be able to hold electronically also, if that's your choice. But the motion you're looking for today is move that the proposed agenda constitutes essential business of this body and that meeting electronically is necessary for the health, safety, and welfare of Tennesseans in light of the COVID-19 outbreak. And I believe planning also likes to have, in addition to that any planning rules that are in conflict with the governor's executive order are hereby temporarily suspended.
Thank you, Alex. And that would be the motion. Is there, Vice Chair, you want to make the motion? That motion?
Sure. I will make a motion that we establish a telephonic meeting as outlined by our council.
Excellent. I think Commissioner Tibbs, you want to second that?
Yep, I'll second that.
It's a proper motion. Second, any discussion? If you would raise your icon hand or verbally state you'd like to discuss. Seeing Commissioner Blackshear, are you an aye?
Sorry, I didn't hear you. I am aye.
Perfect. Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Councilor Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and we have established a telephonic meeting. And so our next order of business is the adoption of the agenda, which was sent out to you and posted on the website before the meeting. And so we need to adopt the agenda. I hope everyone has looked over it. And so we will need a motion to adopt the agenda. Commissioner Sims, you want to make a motion?
Sure, I move that we adopt the agenda.
That's a proper motion. Commissioner Tibbs, you want a second?
I was just about to hit my hand. I second that.
Perfect. Proper motion and second. Any discussion on the adoption of the agenda? If you'd raise your icon hand or verbally state you'd like to discuss. And seeing none, we're ready for a roll call vote. Commissioner Blackshear,
Aye.
Vice Chair Farr,
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy,
Aye.
Commissioner Sims,
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. So now we are on to item D, which is approval of the February 11th, 2021 minutes, which were also sent out and posted on the website. And so we will need a motion to adopt those minutes. And is there a motion to do so? If you'll raise your icon hand. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I make motion to adopt and approve February 11, 2021 minutes.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Tibbs.
Second that.
That's a proper motion and second. Any discussion? If you would raise your icon hand or verbally state you'd like to discuss. And seeing or hearing none. Roll call vote for the minutes. Commissioner Blackshear,
Aye.
Vice Chair Farr,
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Councilor Murphy,
Aye.
Commissioner Sims,
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
All right, and so that leads us to the recognition of the council members. And so like we do in the meeting, we just take the council members as we
Chairman, I wasn't able to hear you. Was I the only one experiencing technical difficulties?
No.
Okay. Chairman, I can hear you now, but I missed that last intro to the council members. This is Lucy with the planning department.
Can you guys hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
There we go. Okay. I'm sorry. My earphones must be not working, so I'll take those out. And so now we're on to recognition of council members. And so we take the council members as we see them come into the meeting. And so first I saw Council Member Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the recognition, and thank you, commissioners, for your service. I know how hard you work, and I appreciate every hour of it. I'm here to speak on two items. First, item 17, which I believe is on consent. That will be Council Bill 2025-35, which is a dark skies legislation that will reduce light pollution, save energy, be better for the environment, and help our children appreciate the wonder of science. And I have met with industry stakeholders on this and with planning staff, with Metro Codes. It has been well informed by a lot of input from a lot of very thoughtful and helpful and smart people. And I appreciate the substitute that Eric Hammer has worked hard to create, and am planning to introduce that next Tuesday when this goes before council. So I would ask for your approval with the substitute on that item. And the second item I would like to talk about is item 18, which deals with detached accessory dwelling units. This bill would create an overlay similar to a historic overlay that would simply be a tool that neighborhoods could use if they choose to, that would allow detached accessory dwelling units, shortly known as they do, in areas that are otherwise zoned RS, which would not otherwise allow them. And the reason for this is simply because of the lack of housing affordability in many parts of town, and the possibility that this could create a diversity of housing choices, but by creating smaller homes in the backs of the main house, that would be an option that would help with affordability for the tenant, as well as helping owners be able to afford to live in a home that they might not otherwise. So again, this is simply a tool that neighborhoods can adopt. It does not change anyone's zoning anywhere, but creates an option for neighborhoods that a number of people have asked me for. This also has been several years in the making, and I have met with a number of neighborhood associations and neighborhood groups for their input and have incorporated that as well. There is, I believe, an amendment proposed by staff on this one, which I also am very supportive of and will introduce at council meeting next Tuesday. So I would ask for your support on this with the amendment suggested by your staff as well. Thank you so much for the time to address you.
Thank you, Council. I appreciate your comments and joining us today. We appreciate it. And then I saw Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Chair. This is Councilmember Parker. I'm going to stick around for my agenda item that's scheduled to be heard, the Dickerson Pike SP. So I'll just hang around and I'll talk with y'all then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Appreciate it. And then I saw Councilman Withers.
Thank you so much, Chair Atkins, and thank you to all the commissioners for your service. Just wanted to speak briefly in favor of the detached accessory dwelling unit or DADU overlay proposal. Most of District 6 has duplex or R zoning already, but I do have one neighborhood that has RS zoning, and I frequently receive requests from folks to change their base zoning in order to allow a DADU. And I'm not really a fan personally of single lot rezones. And I believe that the DADU overlay approach that is proposed offers a good opportunity for some neighborhoods or even sections of neighborhoods to consider whether DADUs are right for them without a base zone change on a lot by lot basis. So I think this is a really good solution and will help to promote housing affordability, and look forward to having that come before the council following your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Withers. I appreciate you joining us. I didn't see any other council members. Director Kemp, do you see any others? I don't think I did. Or Lisa? I don't think. Okay. All right. Well, if we we try to recognize the council members as they come on, and we always try to do that as we work in tandem with the council all the time. Next is, so not seeing any other council members, we're ready for agenda item F, which is items for deferral or withdrawal. And I believe Lisa is going to take us through that.
Hi, Chairman Atkins. This is Lisa Milligan with Metro Planning, and I will be handling the deferral or withdrawal items. The following items are for deferral or withdrawal. Item number 1A, 2021 CP 008001, North Nashville Community Plan Amendment. Staff recommendation is to defer to March 11th Planning Commission meeting. And I would like to note that Commissioner Blackshear is recusing herself from that item. Item 1B, 2021 SP 004001, the associated case, 41st Avenue SP. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 11th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. And I would like to note that Commissioner Blackshear is recusing herself from that item. On page 4 of your agenda, item number 2, 2021 SP 003001, 0 Old Hickory Boulevard SP. Staff recommendation is to defer indefinitely. Item number 3, 2017 S 250002, Rural Hill Road Bend. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 25th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 4, 2020 S 145001, Bordeaux Agri-Hood. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 11th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 5, 2021S026001, subdivision of the Tony and Pamela Adams property. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 11th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 6, 2021Z017PR001, a rezoning request on Couchville Pike. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 11th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. On page 5 of your agenda, item number 7, 2004 UD 002011, Villages of Riverwood, Section M, modification. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 11th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 8, 2021 006001, 6103 Mount View Road. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 11th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 10, 2021S015001, Rivergate Station, Section 1, Second Resub of Lot 2. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 11th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. And I would like to note that Commissioner Blackshear is recusing herself from that item. On page 7 of your agenda, item number 20, 2019 SP 007002, the Sonia Drive Mixed Use Development Amendment. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 11th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. And I would like to note that the Commissioner Blackshear is recusing herself from that item. On page 8 of your agenda, item number 25, 2020Z108PR001, a rezoning on West Trinity Lane. Staff recommendation is to defer indefinitely. And that completes the deferral items.
Thank you, Lisa. And I'm going to try my earbuds again. Director Kemp, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. It's just a lot easier. I think I had them plugged in wrong. Thank you. Technical difficulties here. So, Commissioners, you've heard the items for deferral withdrawal, but let's go through these slowly, and Lisa, make sure to have these correct. So we have items 1A, 1B, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 20, and 25. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, Commissioners, you've heard those particular items. We need a motion to pass these on deferral. Is there a motion? Vice Chair Farr?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve the items for deferral or withdrawal.
Okay, these items will be deferred, and that's a proper motion. And Commissioner Tibbs, you want a second?
Yep, I second that.
Perfect, and that's a proper motion. Second. Any discussion? Please raise your icon hand or verbally state you'd like to discuss. And seeing none, we are ready for a roll call. Commissioner Blackshear.
Aye.
Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Councilor Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and those items are deferred. Now we're on to item G, which is the consent agenda items. And I believe that Lisa is going to take us through this as well. Lisa?
Yes, hi, this is Lisa Milligan again. As information for our audience, if you are not satisfied with the decision made by the Planning Commission today, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of cert with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the entry of the Planning Commission's decision. To ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met, please be advised that you should contact independent legal counsel. As noticed to the public, items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. No individual public hearing will be held, nor will the commission debate these items unless a member of the audience or the commission requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda. The following items are on the consent agenda. On page 5 of your agenda, item number 9, 2019 S086001, final plat re-subdivision of lot 3 and 4 of the plat showing the division of the John B. Crowden property. It's a request for final plat to create 3 lots on property located on Mercia Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item number 11, 2021 S035001, the subdivision of the Chris Phillip property. It's a request for final plat approval to create 2 lots on property located on Clarksville Pike. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions, including a variance from section 4.2-5.A.1b and section 4.2-5.A.1d of the Metro subdivision regulations. On page 6 of your agenda, item number 12, 2021 NHC 001001, Haynes Heights. It's a request to apply a neighborhood conservation overlay district to various properties within the Haynes Heights area. Staff recommendation is to approve. I would like to note that prior to publication, the Metro Historic Zoning Commission had not heard this item, but they have subsequently recommended approval. Item number 13, 2020Z075PR001. It's a request to rezone from RS5 to R6A for property located at 1407 14th Avenue North. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 14, 2020Z093PR001. It's a request to rezone from R8 to RM20A NS for properties located on West Trinity Lane. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 15, 2021Z019PR001. It's a request to rezone from RS10 to OL for OL zoning for property located on Thompson Lane. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 16, 2021Z020PR001. It's a request to rezone from RS5 to R6A for property located at 1518 Jones Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 17, 2020Z014TX001. It's a request to amend Titles 16 and 17 of the Metro Code regarding the design and operation of outdoor electrical lighting. Staff recommendation is to approve changes to Title 17 with a substitute. And under other business on page 9 of your agenda, item number 26, a bonus height certification for 920 Division Street. Item 27, a bonus height certification for 1111 Church Street. And item 31, to accept the director's report.
The item, and I'll read these off. Lisa, make sure that the ones that I state are correct. And so the items that will be passed on the consent agenda that Lisa read are items 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 26, 27, and 31. Is that correct, Lisa?
Yes, that's correct.
Excellent. Commissioners, you've heard the items on the consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt? And Commissioner Tibbs?
I make a motion to adopt.
All right.
This is Commissioner Sims. I second that.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Sims seconded it. Thank you.
Oh. Commissioner Sims, can you restate that, please?
Yes, this is Commissioner Sims, and I second the move.
Excellent. And that is a proper motion and second. Any discussion on the consent agenda adoption? If you'd raise your icon hand or state that you would like to discuss. And seeing none, we're ready for a roll call vote.
This is Commissioner Blackshear. I'm not sure if your earphones are working again, Chair, because I didn't hear you, but I say aye.
Commissioner Blackshear, can you hear me now? Oops.
I heard
Commissioner
you,
Blackshear, can you?
Yeah, just then I heard you. Aye.
Okay. Director, can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, I can.
Okay, sorry, I keep having. Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Councilor Murphy,
Aye.
Commissioner Sims,
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and the consent agenda is adopted. And I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty. I try to, hopefully it'll keep working. And so now we are on item H of the agenda, which is items to be considered. And so from my count, I believe that the items that we will consider tonight will be 6 items. That would be item number 18, item number 19, A and B, item 21, 22, 23, and 24. Is that correct, Lisa?
Hi, yes, that's correct.
Excellent. And so now we we are moving to these items, which will be on public hearing. And for the listeners at home, we have provided multiple ways for the public to participate in this telephonic meeting. Normally, we take the applicant first, then supporters, and then opponents. But because of the different ways for people to participate, we'll be taking supporters and opponents together. To help us with that, please state your name and your address and whether you support or oppose the request.
And I'm sorry.
As usual, we took emailed comments. Director, can you hear me?
I missed the last 2 sentences. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so normally, as usual, we took emailed comments through Tuesday at 3 p.m. At the start of each public hearing. Lisa will give a summary of how many email comments were received on each item. We will also have a call-in number for members of the public who wish to call in and testify. Please wait until the public hearing of your particular item and call in. It's in a queue, so we don't want you testifying on any other items. But also be aware that there's a 30-second delay, which means if you're watching your screens, it's going to be delayed and it won't make sense. So when the public is speaking into the phone, you just need to focus on the conversation on the phone and not the television that you're watching. So we'll also time you, and Sean will let you know when you have 30, because there's not a visual timer. She'll let you know when you have 30 seconds, and then we'll let you know when your time is up. And so, like I said, the items we're going to be considering tonight are 18, 19A and B, 21, 22, 23, and 24. And so we are ready for our first item, which is item number 18. And I believe
Chair, this is Sean Shepard with the planning staff from the call center, and I'm going to be the presenter for this item.
Perfect, Sean. Go ahead. Let her rip.
All right. Okay. Again, Sean Shepard from planning staff presenting item 18, the DADU overlay. Next slide. This would be a request to amend the zoning code to create a detached accessory dwelling unit or DADU overlay district. This district could be applied to RS zoned properties to permit DADUs. This proposal is just to create the overlay as a tool in the zoning code. Application of this overlay to any particular geographic area would require a separate rezoning. Next slide. As some background for the commission, I wanted to walk through the current regulations for DADUs. The code defines an accessory dwelling detached, or DADU, as a detached dwelling separate from the principal single-family structure. It must be clearly subordinate in size, height, and purpose, and located on the same lot as the principal structure. It may be an independent structure, a dwelling unit above a garage, or attached to a workshop or other accessory building. Next slide. And under the current zoning regulations, a DADU is a use permitted with conditions in the 1 and 2 family residential zoning districts, the R districts, and in multifamily residential and office residential zoning districts, on lots that are either within a historic district, within an urban design overlay that includes standards for accessory dwellings, or on lots that have an alley abutting a rear or side property line, or lots that are over 15,000 square feet in size. But these are not currently permitted on any kind of lot that is zoned RS. Next slide. There are currently standards in the code for a DADU to be established, and those standards address lot area, ownership, setbacks, the location of the unit, driveway access, bulk and massing, design standards, and there's a provision for review by the Historic Commission when a DADU is established in an area that has a historic overlay. These are not being changed with this proposal. These are already in the code currently. Next slide. So the proposed overlay would rely on the existing definition and standards for DADUs that are already in the code. This would be a tool that could be created within the urban zoning overlay areas and would be applicable to RS zoned properties. There are some standards included to require a certain number of contiguous lots, and also to ensure that lot lines of parcels included in the overlay aren't shared with single family zoned properties outside the overlay. And those are intended to ensure a consistent development pattern, but also to minimize impacts of the overlay on properties that are single family zoned and outside of it. The proposed overlay also prohibits newly constructed DADUs or, with an amendment recommended by staff, also DADUs created via conversion of an existing accessory building from being utilized for owner-occupied short-term rental. The principal dwelling on the site, and if a DADU had existed prior to the application of this overlay, those retain all the use allowances of their base zoning, including short-term rental if that was an option for those structures. But the newly constructed DADUs or a new DADU that's established would not have access to owner-occupied short-term rental as a use. Next slide. The proposed overlay is supportive and consistent with several goals of Nashville Next. Primarily, Nashville Next has an overall goal for diversity of housing, which is important to allow for housing choice in a variety of contexts and also to allow people to age in place. There is a policy in the housing chapter of Nashville Next that calls for amendments to the zoning code to provide opportunities for innovative housing types, including DADUs. So this proposal is in line with and would help implement that policy. This tool would create opportunities to locate housing near corridors and centers. And there are design standards and a requirement for separation of the overlay from single-family zone properties, which would help ensure that where this tool is utilized, it's sensitive to the context and the character of the neighborhoods to which it's applied. Next slide. So for those reasons, staff is recommending approval with a few minor amendments to clarify that it's applicable to RS zoned properties, to clarify the boundary standard regarding prohibition of sharing lot lines with single family zone properties, and to clarify the short-term rental standard so that it's clear that it also prohibits owner-occupied short-term rental in cases where a DADU is established via conversion of an existing structure. And with that, I'm open to any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Sean. Appreciate that. And so I believe, are we, Director, are we the Planning Commission, the applicant on this, I'm assuming, or is that the council member?
Councilmember Allen.
The council member Allen is, okay. So council member Allen, do you want to say anything else, or?
I think Sean has described it very well, and I appreciate the careful attention she's paid to pointing out some things that I forgot to mention. But again, I would just ask for your support in creating a tool that can be used by neighborhoods that want it and disregarded by neighborhoods that don't feel like it applies to them.
Excellent. Thank you, Council Lady. And so now we are ready to take calls from members of the public who wish to call in. And so your screen should now show the call-in number. So please call in now. You don't need to wait, as I stated, to call in until others have called in on this particular item if this is what you're interested in, because you'll be put into a queue and then we'll take you in order. As a reminder, please only call in on the current case. When you begin your testimony, state your name and your address and whether you support or oppose the item. We're not, as I also said, we're not able to show the timer, so we'll let you have 2 minutes. Please there's a delay on the timer, so we'll let you know when there's 30 seconds left, and when your time is up, Sean will let you know. And so while we wait for callers to get into the queue, Lisa, do we have any emails on this item?
Chairman, we do not.
Okay, thank you. Sean, do we have any callers?
Chair, we don't currently have any callers in the queue, so we'll take just a brief pause, and I'll check back in with you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll take a brief pause.
Mr. Chair, from where I'm sitting, this is Councilmember Berkeley Allen. I still see the last slide and not the phone number on the screen.
Oh, when I say screen, that's the TV.
TV. Okay, so if you logged in, you don't
say
see the number.
Berkeley, if you're on WebEx, you're seeing what we see, not
Gotcha.
what the TV shows.
Okay,
Yeah.
just checking.
Sorry, I just want to clarify. Sorry about that.
And Chair, this is Sean Shepard in the call center. We don't have any callers in the queue for this item.
All right. Well, since we didn't have any callers, and Councilmember, you want to say anything else, or are you good to go and we'll get to the discussion?
No, I'm just eager to hear the discussion. I'll answer questions if any come up.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. And so now I declare the public hearing closed. And so let's go to discussion. And since there hasn't been any emails or opposition, instead of going to each commissioner, which I always like to do, how about we just open it up for discussion, and maybe not every commissioner will speak on it. Is there any discussion? If you would raise, Councilor Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to kind of just go back over some of the slides, because I did have some questions emailed to me that I wanted to make sure that were clarified, and I suspect before this becomes before the council's planning committee, we'll want to probably have a broader meeting about it at our council process, just to make sure we all know the finer details of this, because I know it has been kind of a hot topic before, but I think that this isn't we've seen the approach. This is, kind of coming at the problem through a different way, which I appreciate Council Lady Allen spending a lot of time on that, and finding a different approach than just making it a countywide thing. But so let me make sure that currently the DADU, under this proposal, the footprint, the height, the setbacks, the number of occupants and rooms, all of that would still be what is currently in the code. It would, because it's not in the legislation, but I wanted to make sure that it is it's the same criteria as what we currently have.
Councilmember Murphy, this is Sean Shepard with the planning staff. You are correct. There is a provision of the legislation that references section 17.16.030.G, which are the current standards in the code that address those topics.
Okay. And I do think that this spells out a lot more of kind of the area that where you have the slide up right now about the standards of application. I had some questions about that, whether it could be, just a block face here or there, and getting back to what Councilman Withers said, a lot of us don't like doing those one-off, one lot, one parcel rezones. So I'm glad that's further explained. I think that carries some of this. A question I received is who is the applicant? Who would be applying for this? Is it just a council member, or could a neighborhood association or like a block captain be the applicant for this overlay?
Councilmember, this is Sean Shepard again. If a council member could be the applicant, if a neighborhood wanted to come together, they could designate their block captain or association rep or someone to be the applicant. But unless a council member is the applicant, all of the property owners involved would need to sign the application. So it would be everyone signing on and appointing a person to represent them as the applicant, or a council member proceeding with the application.
Okay, great. I think that really clarifies, because that was one of the questions that I got from a few people were what was the criteria for an applicant. I will say that, you know, this is one of those situations where I am a council member and I have specific neighborhoods I represent. But sitting on the commission, I am wearing a different hat. And so I think this is something that has been controversial in my district. I have one neighborhood where we see a lot of garages converted to what is permitted as an extra, you know, workspace or room, playroom, what have you, and then the burden is placed on the neighbors to kind of stalk out and prove that people are actually renting that out or living above their garages. And so it's been very frustrating to have that happen. And so there are some fears about this type of overlay being created, even just being created. And I have some neighborhoods that are very concerned about it in general because of how it would affect the historic neighborhoods that exist in my district, because I have quite a few of those. And so that's a lot of the feedback that I've heard in the community about this. But I also can really appreciate the need for building affordable housing within our footprint of Davidson County and the UZO, right? Like, we don't need to continue to encourage urban sprawl. We need to make sure that we are, you know, densifying along the corridors that we have. But on the flip side, you know, we still have the infrastructure concerns of it still not being up to par, even within the UZO. And so one concern I think that I would like to have fleshed out before we get to the council vote is how are these going to be having to go through the same permitting process as a new home build, as if a new complete home was being built here. Even though it is smaller, it would have less restrooms, less sinks, less impact on stormwater, you know, than a whole new house. But I want to make sure that we are the impact to our infrastructure being the sewer, the water, the streets, traffic, all of that is really considered the same when we talk about bedrooms and occupants and how big this can be. And so while I think that I'm going to have concerns once this gets to the council level based upon my constituency, I think looking at this overall from a Nashville Next policy and a countywide policy, we do need to be exploring these options. But I do think that I'm going to have to look at it a little bit more critically and through a different lens once we get to the council. So again, I appreciate Council Lady Allen, because I know that this was something that she had as a hot topic when she was still as a councilwoman. And for her to continue to work on it and bring it back, I think is a true dedication, proof of dedication to this topic. So thank you, Council Lady Allen, for bringing it to us. And thank you for these slides. I think they really show kind of the finer details. So thank you, Chairman. I know that was super long and I took up a lot of space that you didn't think we would need, but I appreciate it.
Hey, it's okay. We get into these things and it makes you think about different things. So no problem. Vice Chair Farr, I saw your hand next, and then Commissioner Tibbs. Vice Chair.
I was just going to say that I'm really excited that we are thinking about a new opportunity to increase the stock of affordable housing. I think, you know, we've seen in Cleveland Park, McFerrin Park, Cleveland Park, that this opportunity seemed to work well and was well received by the community. So I hope there will be other communities that will embrace it as well. Council Lady Murphy's questions definitely made me think about things that I hadn't necessarily been thinking about already in terms of how the application process would work. And I definitely see that it's going to be, that the implementation will be interesting to see how it comes together. But again, I think it's great, and thank you to Council Lady Allen for continuing to push on affordable housing.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Tibbs, your hand up next.
Yeah, I too appreciate you, Council Lady Murphy, for bringing up some of the other things I hadn't thought about, because my first impulse, and it still is this gives another thing, a tool in the toolbox that really, I think, helps us, especially regarding affordable housing. But I believe DADUs, when they're, and especially if the way that this is set up, it's going to be a useful way to really control it, but also make it where it's a truly something that I think can help communities. I mean, typically, I think DADUs are not very obtrusive, and they give away that, especially with a family that's already there. There's just a lot of, I think, advantages to it. There are some issues when we have it in our historical districts, but we can work through all that. And like Councilman Murphy, and probably to you as well, Berkeley, you both have these good understanding of some of those kind of issues. So anyway, I'm excited about it. I think this is good. I think I want to say tool in the tool chest. So this is great. If there's no other hands, I am willing. Oh, there are some, so I won't make a motion yet.
Yeah, we have a few more hands. We have Commissioner Sims, and then Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Sims.
Commissioner Allen, you know that I really appreciate your work. You're thorough and you're scholarly, and I appreciate that. And Councilwoman Murphy, you always raise very, very thoughtful questions. I've spent quite a bit of time this week looking at an research article that was done by the Public Policy Institute and the APA, which is our American Planning Association, overlooking at the last 7 years in multiple cities about issues, and the issues that they brought up that were really problems. Most of them really thought this was a great answer to urban infill, and that they're finding it does give people affordability. But I just wanted to raise the issues that they found, because I think we should learn from people that do really good research when it's available. And one of the things that they really wish they had thought through better, all these cities they were really researching, and that is the implementation of it. It got much more complicated than people had thought it would be, and keeping up with, because you're supposed to live in the homeowner lives in the front one and they can't live in the back one. Well, who's going to keep up with that? And what they found was a lot of people decided they would rent out the big house and live in the small one, and so they had neighborhoods really reacting. So they said the implementation should be thought through much better. The other thing that I found fascinating that they really wanted to think about was the parking. I know in what you're calling the city center, we have trouble parking as it is. And now you've got more people trying to park on the property. And the last thing they really said we should take into consideration is that if it's not guarded well, this can move from a default of single family to default duplex. And that is not the intent of this. So I just wanted to make sure, particularly you councilwomen, brought this up when it was appropriate, because I think it's a good tool, but like any good policy, it all lies in how well we implement it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I want to ask a couple of questions to staff. So this, to activate, it says minimum of 30 contiguous lots. So could you explain to me what the 30 contiguous lot was chosen, not 40, not 20, not 25? Is there any reason behind its, specific 30?
Commissioner Johnson, this is Sean Shepard with the planning staff. That particular standard was in the bill as filed, so I do want to, you may want to recognize the council member and ask her, but in general, I think that the idea behind the standard was to try to capture a number of lots that might comprise a complete block or a significant enough area that you would have some consistency of development pattern and expectations. I do think that we have some variability across the community in how lot and block patterns lay out. So I don't know that there's any source you could point to that says a number is 100% the right number, but I think the council member was attempting to be conscious of having sort of a critical mass, for lack of a better term. And you may want to ask her if she has other thoughts on that issue.
Yeah, if I may, if Councilmember Allen still in line, I would love the reasoning behind it. And then I do have one another question.
Mr. Chair, am I recognized?
Yes, ma'am. You're
Okay.
recognized.
Thank you. This is Councilmember Allen. That number was actually suggested by a constituent of District 24. As we were having the discussion of how can we ensure that this is a neighborhood tool and not a developer tool. And that was thought to be a number that would encompass a large enough group of neighbors that there would definitely be something that came from the neighborhood. And that was a very important goal of mine, as well as neighbors that had any concerns.
Okay, I appreciate that. And so I think second question, I'm assuming it will be to our staff. So when it comes to 30, sometimes, certain neighborhood like a cul-de-sac and certain, block kind of makes sense. It's those active neighbors really kind of support Dadu coming into this, certain neighborhood. But what if, those street, those block contiguous area only have, say, 28? What kind of a tool or a variance those type of neighborhood would have?
Commissioner, this is Sean Shepard with the planning staff. As drafted, there would need to be 30 lots that met these other requirements in terms of their being contiguous and not sharing boundaries with those outside the overlay in order for them to be eligible for application of the overlay. There could be a different number proposed in the legislation or this legislation might be adopted and later someone could propose to amend it again and change that number. But as currently before you, there would need to be 30. And if they were not able to collect 30, then they would not be eligible. Now, this does include a specific approach to what constitutes contiguous, indicating that opposing block faces, meaning folks across the street from each other, or folks who are separated by alleys would still be considered contiguous. So that does allow for some different ways that you could configure or that a neighborhood might be configured that could meet the 30 lots, but it would need to be 30.
Okay. Yeah, I think, if we are to propose some kind of policy change, we have to start with some kind of standard. So coming from you and also reasoning coming from Councilmember Allen, start with 30 contiguous lots makes sense. And I understand, not every neighborhood is wanting a Dadu, but at the same time, not every neighborhood is equal. So it may be really great tool for the certain neighborhood who would like to explore this kind of option, as well as introducing, different housing stock. So I think as, policy wise, it makes sense while we try to keep integrity of single family zoning. So I am in support of the proposal, and thank you for the explanation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other discussion? If you'd raise your icon hand or verbally state you'd like to speak. All right, so we will need a motion. Commissioner Tibbs, you want to make a motion? You almost made it last time.
Yeah. I like to make a motion that we approve this.
And Commissioner Tibbs makes a motion to approve. And is there a second? Commissioner Gobble.
I'll second.
All right, Commissioner Gobble seconds. Any other discussion? Please raise your icon hand or verbally state you'd like to discuss. Seeing none, we're ready for a roll call vote. Commissioner Blackshear.
Aye.
Commissioner Farr, Vice Chair
Aye.
Farr,
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Councilor Murphy. What was that, Councilor Murphy?
Aye.
Commissioner
Yes.
Sims. Thank you. You broke up there for a second. Commissioner Sims is an aye. Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Chair's an aye. Ayes have it. And item number 18 is adopted. Thank you, Council Lady Allen, for joining us, and we appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you. Good discussion, and I will look into the issues that were raised. I appreciate that feedback.
Thank you. Thank you. One of the hardest working council members out there. I appreciate it for all my years that I've known Council Lady Allen. Thank you very much. All right, so we are on item 19A and B. And who, let's see, is that going to be Harriet Brooks? We're going to do A first. Director is
I see Harriet there. Harriet,
see her.
looks like you're muted.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to go back to there we go.
Am I unmuted?
You're unmuted. You're ready to go.
Great. Awesome. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Harriet Jamison Brooks. The next item on the agenda is item 19A, a request to establish an urban design overlay district, or UDO. Next, please. The request is to apply an urban design overlay district to various properties located south of Lafayette Street and north of Wedgwood Avenue, zoned commercial services, industrial warehousing and distribution, mixed-use limited alternatives, office residential, 1 and 2 family residential, 1 and 2 family residential alternative, multifamily residential alternative, and specific plan. Next, please. Planning staff's recommendation is to approve with removal of properties at 1011, 1013, 1015, 1017, 1019, 1302, 1304, 1306, and 1308 First Avenue South from the boundary and adherence to an effective date of April 6, 2021, following Metro Council passage and the mayor's signature. Next slide, please. The current zoning is mostly 1 and 2 family residential, R6 and R6A, and includes commercial service, industrial restrictive, industrial warehousing and distribution, mixed use limited alternative, and office and residential, OR20. Next slide, please. Urban design overlays are intended to allow for the application and implementation of special design standards in a manner otherwise not ensured by the application of the conventional bulk, landscaping, and parking standards of the zoning code. Next slide, please. So what is an urban design overlay? An urban design overlay is a zoning tool that applies development or site design standards over a given area. UDO standards do not replace the base zoning, but have the same force and effect as base zoning. And UDOs protect existing character or create a new character for a given area. Next slide, please. The current policy is mostly P4, urban neighborhood evolving, with civic, open space, and conservation. Next slide, please. In 2019, the Wedgwood Houston Chestnut Hill Planning Study was adopted by the Planning Commission. The study was developed through an 18-month participatory process that involved the collaboration of planning staff with community stakeholders to establish a clear vision and provide detailed information and solutions to guide the future physical and regulatory characteristics of these two neighborhoods. During the planning process, it became clear that more detailed guidelines for redevelopment in character areas 2 and 3, the primarily residential portions of the study area, were necessary. The planning study identified key issues, affordability and displacement, and community character to be addressed through best practices of planning and design in these areas. Therefore, a core recommendation from the study was to establish a contextual residential infill urban design overlay paired with appropriate zone changes to achieve these desired objectives. Next slide, please. As an implementation tool of the 2019 planning study, the objective of this UDO is to address increased demand for residential capacity while maintaining essential neighborhood character, enable housing diversity by incentivizing small-scale multifamily development, and prioritize contextual growth over time in appropriate areas. Next slide, please. For the document, the geographic area was divided into 6 character areas, 3 neighborhoods, 2 neighborhood centers, and 1 corridor study. And 1 corridor. The UDO standards are organized into 2 sections. UDO standards. These standards apply to all properties within the UDO and include general best practices for the design of walkable urban neighborhoods, and then also character area specific standards. These standards guide the development of a specific neighborhood, corridor, or center and utilize height, setbacks, massing, and impervious surface ratio to ensure appropriate patterns of development that correspond to the 2019 study plan's guidance. Next slide, please. As noted previously, the 2019 planning study had a robust community engagement process that set the vision and goals of the UDO. The purpose of the engagement and feedback process for the UDO as an implementation tool of that study is to refine if and how the standards are working to implement the vision of the 2019 plan, not create a new vision. Since December, there have been 2 virtual steering committee meetings, 4 public meetings, 3 rounds of drafts in response to the feedback that was obtained. Many of the concerns and issues expressed in emails from December and early January have been addressed through this process. Next slide, please. The proposed urban design overlay guides infill development in a rapidly evolving area of South Nashville. It supports and provides standards for a mixture of housing types to ensure appropriate development patterns and intensity, given the land use policy, existing infrastructure, and proximity to arterial boulevards and corridors. The Urban Neighborhood Evolving Policy describes successful infill development as considering and being sensitive to things such as timing and elements of the existing developed character, such as the street network, block structure, and proximity to centers and corridors. Paired with base zone changes, the UDO provides a necessary tool for implementing the goals of the Wedgwood-Houston Chestnut Hill Planning Study, namely mitigating housing unaffordability and displacement and retaining neighborhood character. While the base zone change may help address the unaffordability and displacement issue through entitlements for greater density, the standards within the UDO ensure development of an appropriate height, massing, and density that retain the neighborhood character. Next slide, please. 2 substantive changes have been made to the UDO following the public review period. First, the parcels at 1011, 1013, 1015, 1017, 1019, 1302, 1304, 1306, and 1308 First Avenue South have been removed from the UDO boundary. Secondly, the effective date of the UDO will occur on April 6, 2021 to follow passage of the bill at Metro Council and the mayor's signature. Next slide, please. Staff finds the proposed UDO, including the removal of properties at 1011, 1013, 1015, 1017, 1019, 1302, 1304, 1306, and 1308 First Avenue South from the boundary, and the decision to have the effective date follow council passage and the mayor's signature to be consistent with the policy guidance. This concludes my presentation about the UDO, and I think we're going to roll right into the associated rezoning with this case, which is item 19B.
Yes, let's roll right into it.
Okay, great. So I also have the next item on the agenda, 19B, the rezoning associated with the Wedgwood-Houston Chestnut Hill Urban Design Overlay, or UDO. Next slide. The request is to rezone various properties to various zoning districts located south of Lafayette Street and north of Wedgwood Avenue, paired with the Wedgwood Houston Chestnut Hill UDO. Next. Staff recommends approval with removal of properties currently zoned SP and certain properties along First Avenue South if the UDO is approved. If the UDO is not approved, staff recommends disapproval. Next slide. The current zoning is mostly 1 and 2 family residential and includes specific plan, commercial service, mixed use limited, alternative, and office and residential. Next slide. The proposed zoning is mixed use limited, alternative, no short-term rental, multifamily residential alternative, no short-term rental, RM20A and F, commercial service, no short-term rental, CS and F, and office and residential, no short-term rental, OR20 and F. Next slide. The policy is T4, urban neighborhood evolving with civic, open space, and conservation. When considering rezoning, the policy guidance identifies several factors for consideration, including the relationship of the site to centers and corridors, the size of the site, and the character of adjacent policy areas. The site includes several urban mixed-use corridors and arterials, Chestnut Street, 2nd Avenue South, and Hart Street, and is proximate to Lafayette Street, 4th Avenue South, and Wedgwood Avenue. Next slide. The Wedgwood Houston Chestnut Hill Planning Study, adopted in 2019, argues that to ensure that the design objectives associated with the community character policies are realized through new development, rezoning is needed. Next slide, please. The 2019 planning study identifies appropriate zoning districts for each character area and sub-district and provides guidance on when more intense zoning districts should be used. Specifically for character areas 2 and 3, the plan states to be effective, these UDOs should be paired with rezonings to increase entitlements in appropriate locations to achieve the mix of housing units envisioned by these character areas and sub-districts. It also notes zone changes, including design-based zone changes to achieve these specific planning goals, will be evaluated based on their ability to achieve the envisioned future character, level of change proposed, extent of community support and benefit, and the particular characteristics of the properties being rezoned. Next slide, please. Paired with the Wedgwood Houston Chestnut Hill UDO, the proposed zone changes provide a necessary tool for implementing the goals of the Wedgwood Houston Chestnut Hill Planning Study, namely mitigating housing unaffordability and displacement and retaining neighborhood character. While the standards within the UDO ensure development of an appropriate height, massing, and density that retain the neighborhood character, the zone change lays the framework for mitigating unaffordability and displacement through entitlements for greater density. The specific zoning districts proposed, primarily RM20A and F within the neighborhoods and MULA and F at neighborhood centers, match the recommendation of the planning study. Given the proximity to the corridor, surrounding policy districts, access opportunities, and policy guidance from the 2019 planning study, the proposed zoning districts are appropriate. Next slide, please. Since the filing deadline, all properties zoned SP, as well as 9 parcels at 1011, 1013, 1015, 1017, 1019, 1302, 1304, 1306, and 1308 First Avenue South were taken out of the boundary. These have been removed at the request of staff to reflect the objectives of the 2019 planning study and the desires of property owners obtained through the public review process. These modifications are appropriate. Next slide, please. Staff recommends approval with removal of properties currently zoned SP and properties at 1011, 1013, 1015, 1017, 1019, 1302, 1304, 1306, and 1308 First Avenue South if the UDO is approved. If the UDO is not approved, staff recommends disapproval. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much and appreciate that. And so we will be taking up both of these items in the public hearing, and then we'll vote on them separately as a reminder to the commissioners. So we'll go ahead and open the public hearing for item 19A and 19B, and I believe that is Councilman Sledge the applicant, I believe. Is that correct, Director?
Yes, it is, and I do see Councilman Sledge on the call.
Excellent. Councilman Sledge, welcome to the call.
Hi, Jared, thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for consideration. I'll be brief just because I'll want to come back, obviously, after the public hearing. First of all, I want to give all the credit in the world to the planning staff for the work they have done over the last several months on this, dating back to when they were first starting to put the draft together. The responsiveness of staff to a bevy of questions from property owners in this has been incredibly impressive, and Harriet in particular deserves kudos for all that she has done and continues to do in that responsiveness. So you've gotten the idea of all this, and I want to distill it. This is very unusual. This is not something we typically do in the city, which is upzone residential property within two whole neighborhoods. That has come out of, along with the UDO, has come out of the study plan that the commission approved. And I want to note a couple of items that weren't discussed in the review that I don't want to get lost in the discussion. In the Chestnut Hill neighborhood in particular, over the last several years, and of course dating back decades, many of the lots in Chestnut Hill are substandard lots. They are below, and in some cases significantly below, the 6,000 square foot standard lot that you'd see in an R6 district. What this UDO and rezoning would enable is for many of those previously either partially buildable lots or unbuildable lots to become buildable. And the reason that's important, one, is for housing access, is for housing density. And I've tried to be very clear with all residents that this is a pro-density policy. But what it also is a pro-equity policy, because a lot of these substandard lots have provided no value to their owners. Much of the time, those owners have been multi-generational in the Chestnut Hill neighborhood, and I have had countless requests, and your counterparts at the BZA have seen this over the years. Countless requests to try to sort of get into every setback and exception and exemption possible in order to make those lots buildable. And what it does is it creates a haves and have-nots scenario. Those who have the time and money and means and knowledge to do such work are able to capitalize, and those who cannot, do not. In the Wedgwood Houston area, there are two separate districts, one of which is more of what I would say maintenance policy when you look at the UDO, but in both sub-districts, there is again a pro-density policy. And the importance of that is obviously the neighborhoods, both of these neighborhoods, proximity to the downtown core, but also they're in a tier 1 center from Nashville Next. And so we've identified this area as a growth area dating back before even the Wedgwood Houston Chestnut Hill study plan occurred. And this is an outgrowth of that, both of Nashville Next and of the study plan. As Harriet mentioned, the upzoning is really only possible through creating design standards. And aside from the alternative district in Wedgwood Houston, there are no design standards other than the base zoning standards in either of these neighborhoods. So it's a push and pull. It's a give and take. I think you will hear that in the public hearing, and you will hear I am sure a lot of comments about where this is and what changes people would like to see. I have committed to these neighborhoods to continue to have conversations past today. I had one just last night with the Chestnut Hill Neighborhood Association, and we're getting another one on the books for a couple of weeks from now. The importance, I think, of tonight is for commissioners, for you to consider if this policy that's an outgrowth of the study plan is appropriate. And I believe that it is, because it accomplishes or enables us to accomplish a density that doesn't naturally occur. And that's missing middle housing, like triplex, quadplex, cottage court, those sorts of developments. They are incentivized in the creation of a UDO plus this upzoning. And I don't want that to be lost. It's a major driving factor in this, because it will create a diversity of housing that right now is not naturally occurring. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. We appreciate that. And obviously, at the end, at the very end, we'll allow you to speak. Appreciate you bringing this to us. And then I also want to commend the staff. I know a lot of work goes into these. So with that said, we're now ready for callers to call in of the public who wish to call. Your screen should show the call-in number now. Please call in. You don't need to wait until others have called in or finished speaking, because you're placed into a queue. As a reminder, please only call in on this particular case, which is 19A and B. And when you begin your testimony, please state your name, address, and whether you support or oppose the item. Each caller will have 2 minutes to speak. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds. Sean will let you know when you have 30 seconds left on your time, and then when your time is up. We appreciate everybody recognizing the 2 minutes. So with that said, while we wait for callers to get into the queue, Lisa, do we have any emails on this item?
Hi, Chairman. So this item is a bit unique in the way that we handled email comments, in that there was a specific email set up related to the drafting and drafting of this item. That allowed for community members to email back and forth with staff, with questions, with comments. And so we did not receive a huge number of emails directly sent to the Planning Commission. We received a lot of emails that were during the negotiation process of this UDO.
Excellent. And that's because, we obviously during COVID have done things a little bit differently. So thank you. I appreciate that. Sean, do we have any callers on the item?
Chair, we do have callers in the queue, so we'll work on getting the first one placed in the meeting. I'll let you know as soon as you have them.
Thank you.
And here you have the first caller.
Excellent. Welcome, and please state your name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Ronnie Booth. I live on 2nd Avenue South, and I am speaking in opposition to the UDO. Along with many of my neighbors, we feel that this has been a very rushed process, and I understand the timelines and the reasons why, but there's still a significant amount of my neighbors that don't even know about it, that are still just finding out about it. Beyond that, there's significant opposition. There's been a few different times that there's been petitions that have over 200 signatures on it to get to defer this and push it out a little bit, because we feel it's been rushed. My biggest opposition against it right now is there's so much opposition. We've got 100 emails that should be into planning, if I counted correctly, plus in opposition to it. I don't understand why we're still moving it along. In a neighborhood like Chestnut Hill and Woodward, Houston, that's just north of the fairgrounds, just north of a soccer stadium, why in the world would we be putting NF zoning and taking liberties away from homeowners and rights to Airbnb their own homes, understanding that they're grandfathered in if they already have them, but for future resale, and essentially just handing them over to hotels and whatnot. There's beyond that, there's quite a few other things. I really feel that if the answer has to be a yes or no today, my vote would be no today, or to defer.
Thank you. Next caller, Sean.
Chair, while we're getting the next caller placed into the meeting for you, I want to say for our audience, if you're calling in on this item, I know you're probably listening in when the operator picks up to put you into the meeting. If you could go ahead and mute, that will help us get you all into the meeting. Mute your television behind you. That will help us get you all into the meeting smoothly. And with that, I think we have the next caller.
Hello, my name is Joshua Baxter. I live at 504 Hamilton Avenue. Thank you for your time today, and especially your work through this pandemic. First of all, to Harriet, whose voice was good to hear, thank you for all the hard work you put on there. I am calling tonight in opposition of the UDO as it's proposed. I represent over 200 individuals that live in the neighborhood that has signed a petition asking for more time. We feel the UDO process has been rushed. We want to be engaged. We want this UDO to be successful. Each meeting we've had with Harriet has been very productive, but due to the constrained timeline set forth by the councilman, we are asking for more time. We're asking for you to reject the proposal tonight and allow us to work on it to make the best UDO possible for the neighborhood. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, Sean.
Jerry, you have the next caller.
All right. Welcome. Please state your name and address for 2 minutes.
Thank you. This is Caroline Wilkes, 430 Merritt Avenue. I am in opposition to the UDO as it's proposed today. I'm a member of the SNAP board. And although we have had public comment throughout this process, I think we need more collaborative, transparent process, which is to really talk with small scale developers to make sure that we are accomplishing the missing middle. If you look at our 2019 planning study for the neighborhood, affordability and displacement is very important to our neighborhood, and this UDO as it's proposed does not address that. It also falls short on addressing live workspaces. There are inadequate neighborhood centers in the neighborhood as it's proposed today. So again, I do want to echo the comments. Harriet has been great. All of our neighbors generally are in favor of the UDO, but not as it is proposed today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, Sean.
Jerry, you have the next caller.
All right, welcome. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address. Welcome.
Yeah, hi, Mr. Chairman. Dwayne Cuthbertson. I'm at 409 Merritt Avenue, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak on these two items. I come to the perspectives. I represent a fair number of folks in the development community, but I also live in the neighborhood. I also come at this as a former city planner and still a city lover. I study this stuff way too much and still dream about it. Doesn't make me an expert, but I'm certainly engaged. So my clients, those who are invested in the neighborhood, and many of my neighbors and I, in general, support the goals of the community plan and can get behind the intent of this zone change and UDO. We've been actively responding to every draft that's been pushed out to us, and we're looking at it from 2 points. One, does it create a framework for a pleasant, diverse, walkable, and more environmentally responsive neighborhood? And then two, is it practical in terms of building the vision? Does it actually make sense to the development community to put forth the effort and investment building the additional housing this plan suggests will benefit the neighborhood. The UDO in front of you has come a very long way from its initial draft, and I'll echo Councilmember Sledge's compliments of Harriet. She's been a champion in this process and, been very responsive, but the conversations with staff can only get so far, and that's where I think a lot of the frustration comes from. While we've had a few reactive Q&A sessions, we've not really been able to digest the language of each draft pushed out to us only days before each commission hearing, and so that we understand how it works until the 11th hour, and then we're scrambling to get the ear of policymakers and staff. And
you have 30 seconds.
In every case, we're wishing we had time to really talk about the latest changes. So that said, through all these fits and starts, I do think we're getting there, at least for our part of the neighborhood, Wedgwood, Houston. We've made a lot of really good changes that will result in a better neighborhood as desired by our community plan. And I'm hopeful as this goes forward from here, the council member, the neighborhood association, and many neighbors, we can sit down and really have a genuine discussion about the potential of this tool and its consequences, good and bad. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chairman, you have the next caller.
All right. Welcome. Please state your name and address, and you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Josh Helmer. I live at 1071 2nd Avenue South, and I am calling in opposition to the UDO and the zoning change as it stands. Again, reiterating what most of my neighbors have said, we are in favor of some type of UDO. We believe the plan as proposed does not reflect and meet the needs of the neighborhoods, and we ask for a deferral to make this better and make it implementable once it finally goes through. So again, I am calling in opposition.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chair, we have no additional callers in the queue for this item. We'll take a really brief pause in case anyone's trying to reach us, and I'll check back in with you.
Thank you.
Chair, there are no additional callers in the queue for this item.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Sledge, you want to go last, and then we'll get into discussion. We'll close the public hearing and get into discussion after you go. Go ahead, Councilman Sledge. You're still on mute. Director, can you hear me?
I cannot hear the councilman. Let me ask if the ITS Center might be able to unmute the councilman.
Yeah, let's try
manually.
that. Yeah, that'd be good.
Sean, please.
Lucy, this is Sean at the call center. Give us just a moment, and we'll see if we can unmute him from here.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Chairman. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh,
remote meetings create all kinds of conversational challenges.
They do, and I'm sorry I've been technologically challenged tonight. My earbuds are not working properly. I apologize to everybody.
Going swimmingly now, I'd say. Looks like he was unmuted.
There we go. Councilman Sledge?
Lucy,
Councilman?
and Chairman, this is Sean in the call center. We have unmuted him, but there's still no sound.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's... We've muted him back for the moment. But he should
Director, why don't you can you try to get a hold of him and just, he might have stepped away or something. If you could
Yes, I will. I'm calling him now. Give me a moment.
All right, perfect. We'll just be on pause for a second, everybody.
Chair, commissioners.
Hey,
Hello.
Councilman, you're back.
Hey, sorry. I am having, it's a popular time right now. I apologize.
No, don't worry, my friend. Go ahead. So just so you know, we're on, the public has called in, and so you're last to speak, and then we'll close the public hearing and then discuss it.
Great. Okay. I appreciate it, and I'll be brief. So I do appreciate the folks who called in. I've been in constant communication with many, if not all of them. It has been one of those items where, in fact, we had, like I said, we had a Chestnut Hill Neighborhood Association meeting last night to talk through this, which bumped a conversation I was going to schedule with a couple of the callers who were on to get that rescheduled. So it has been, as I'm sure y'all have experienced, it's COVID. And so we've been trying to work through all those scheduling. I do want to emphasize that I am committed to every resident who has written in, and even last night was following up on addresses that were given for the questions and things of that nature. But I will tell you, I remain really, really optimistic about what this can do for housing diversity. I think most of the folks who've called in, even if they're frustrated with a particular part of the proposal or a part of the process, I think overall we're getting there. So what I would ask commissioners, I would ask obviously for your approval tonight, just knowing that also my commitments are there. I've already got dates out to neighborhood association for follow-up meetings. And a big reason I do want to indicate, Harry indicated in her presentation that April 6th date regarding a big question that came up early in this process was about pending legislation and the fear that people would kind of get locked in without totally getting their input in. That is why I and the planning staff together worked to say, hey, don't be worried about that. Let's work on this and continue to know that we've got the opportunity to make, if there's a tweak here or a small change there, that we can get there. And I think that has eased some of the heartburn on some of that early on. So it's been a good change to make, and I've been committed to that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate that.
This is Sean in the call center. I'm so sorry to interrupt. We did receive another call while the council member was speaking, so I just wanted to defer to the commission. In terms of order, we had moved past the calls, but that's really at your discretion. So just let us know how you'd like to handle.
Yeah. So what I'd like to do is I really always try to err on the end of allowing folks to speak, and then we'll allow I think it's also appropriate to after that to allow the councilman to speak if he would like again. So is there any objection with is there any objection with that to allow another? We haven't closed the public hearing, so I don't see any. Without objection, let's get, Sean, if you would get the caller on, and then we'll get the councilman to speak last again. And also, we just try to be cognizant that, technology and COVID and all that, I think it's only appropriate. So.
All right, Chair, you have the next caller.
All right, welcome, caller. So you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address, and we appreciate you calling in. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Terry Vo, and I live at 18 Claiborne Street, Nashville, Tennessee 37210. And I'm speaking in opposition for case 19A. I have spoken with several of our Chestnut Hill neighbors, and many of them have never heard of the UDO or unclear about it, and we just really need more time. And so I would really appreciate if you all would consider deferring it. We really want something great for our neighborhood, and many people have been calling me and just unclear and don't know what that is. And I think it's really important that we put the neighborhoods and the neighbors first, and making sure that they understand. And being in COVID has not made it any easier. So I really hope that the Planning Commission and everyone will really consider neighbors, and making sure, you know, if you can't understand something, how can it be moving forward when everyone is not on board? So I really appreciate you all giving me time to speak today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And
all right, so
this is Sean at the call center. We actually have one additional call on the line. So hold on a
let
moment
it rip.
and we'll put that
Bring
through.
them on, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Jerry, you have the next caller.
All right, welcome, and please state your name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. My name's William Smallman. I live at 1503 Clayton Avenue. I guess first off, I want to compliment all the hard work the planning department's done. Harriet has had quite a few meetings with us, and it's been outstanding. I think one thing that's a little unfortunate is some of those meetings have they've been fluid when we have small groups. When the groups get large, there's a lot of trouble with figuring out how to have good, open conversations where it can circle back after the answer. Some answers don't feel to fulfill the question. And I think a lot of people leave meetings with more questions sometimes. But I do know how difficult that can be in this situation. But to summarize my opinion, I think the planning study that was done is outstanding. The process of that was one of the most impressive things I've participated in. The UDO, I think, has an incredible amount of potential, and I think it's very close to doing something the city needs. And I think it'll set a tone for something that it'll be tough to recreate, how positive it could be. But I think we need more work on it. I have a lot of worries that some of the ideas of the UDO look great on paper, but I don't know how real.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
I don't know that it'll be realistic for the developers to actually accomplish the goals of it and to build. I think we need to iron out some kinks and encourage and incentivize the developers to actually use the tools that are in the UDO instead of just staying at the status quo. And I think we're so close, and I would love it if we could just have a few weeks to work together to get this done right so that the outcome is what we all want.
Caller, your time has expired.
Thank you. And so, Councilman Sledge, you got any? Obviously, we let some more callers in just to be completely open and transparent. And so, anything else you would like to say, or just would you like to speak again?
No, I'm just reiterating the commitment I mentioned before. And in fact, the first caller that came in after me, that's who I'm emailing with about setting up the next meeting. That's who I spoke with yesterday. And then the second caller has been pretty involved in a lot of the conversations. So thanks, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate it. All right. So seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. And now we are on to discussion amongst commission members. And so why don't we start with, I think it would be appropriate as to start with Commissioner Sims. She's in this area. So Commissioner Sims, you want to start?
I'll be happy to.
Thank you.
First of all, it's kind of exciting to see us starting to use other tools, because I know that we've had so few tools in our toolbox to know how to both protect neighborhoods, address the density that we need as a city, protect home ownership, and be able to balance developers. And I do think, as many of the people have said, I know there have been a petition that was signed with over 200 names. I know there are letters that came into the special site that was set up for this process, and I know we've got several letters. And yet I feel very much like most of them said, several of the letters actually said, we do know that the UDO and zone changes are worthy implementation tools, and given that this document will create the framework for the neighborhood's future as well as other neighborhoods, it is important that it be well thought out and vetted. And so many of the neighbors asked not that it be voted down, but that they be given more time. And I do think that UDOs can be a good tool, or they can be awful. And I think it's really worth our getting a really good model for our city, and that we listen to the people who live there. I know how frustrating it is to have changes happen and you not know or feel like you're involved in them. So I'm going to err on the side of giving them more time.
Thank you. Commissioner Tibbs?
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty much going to agree with Commissioner Sims. I do, I've seen the work that's gone into it, and, generally not, delving into all the details, but generally I think it's well put together, and I can definitely see a lot of work. But having been on these kind of things on, historical commission and with the planning commission, it sometimes it takes a little bit more time, and especially with something where I believe that it may not be as far off as people think it is. I think maybe just with a little bit more, work on it, that you can probably get there a lot easier. And I don't think it's, I've been in some of these meetings before where it was a lot different type of objection to it. And this is really just kind of a detailed conversations, but worthy conversations, I believe. So I'm with Commissioner Sims. I mean, I feel like it's definitely, very positive, but I think that the community needs a little bit more time. Getting good buy-off will be good for everyone. So, my feeling is it just needs to be deferred a little bit more. Let's just soak it in and work it a little bit more before it goes to council, because council will have just too much to do to try to get this all worked together. And this is something that I think with the community and with planning, this can get to, something that'll be a worthy tool and an easy tool for, I won't say easy, but a good tool for others to use. So that's kind of where I am.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Blackshear?
The other two commissioners really took the words out of my mouth. I appreciate the work that staff has done, obviously, and I also really appreciate the words of the councilman. But I'm definitely in agreement that everyone would benefit from just letting this be worked through just a little bit more. So I agree with my fellow commissioners about that.
Commissioner Gobble?
Sorry, that mute button disappears every time.
Every time.
Yeah. I want to compliment Councilman Sledge and the staff on this whole process. I think it's really a great idea. I know these kind of things are hard to communicate, and COVID makes it even more complicated. I can go along with the fellow commissioners, but I do think that they've put a lot of work into it, and I think they've made a lot of progress on a very good approach. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I do express heartfelt thanks to the planning staff I can tell, lots of work has been going in, and I think it was really great framework, and come up with massing and design and so forth, and it going into lots of different neighborhood and transition. So I was, concerned about upzoning, but knowing how Councilmember Sledge is committed to protect neighborhood, and as well as introducing, needing housing stock and especially affordable housing. So my concern was if we were to upzone, such as, from R6 to RM20, definitely introduce like if 15,000 square foot lot, it will increase 2 housing unit to 6 housing unit. So my concern was, would it further misplace existing neighbors and, more taken over by investment type of property owners. But I think, those NS designation will kind of bring giving even a playground and as well as restoring true neighborhood. So I do appreciate lots of thoughtfulness and work. But, if you two are still in the community and are still under consideration and ongoing conversation, and if we can further improve great framework by deferring, few weeks or however needed, I am following, other commissioners' recommendation to maybe we may need to defer to kind of fine tune a little bit further.
Thank you. Vice Chair Farr.
Sorry, I'm still having mute issues too. I had one question for staff, and I'm sorry if I missed this, but I know we're talking a lot about the fact that this will help address the concern about loss of affordability. And I guess I'm just trying to piece together, I know by diversity of housing stock and that is our tool to trying to get to affordability. Did I miss anything else? Is there something else in here that's really tying this more to preserving some affordable housing or some of the affordability in this area?
Commissioner, I think we really are linking that to the diversity of housing types and the sense that the current zoning allows, two very large sort of structures and, for individual homes. And so we wanted to consider a way of adding a diversity of housing and also a diversity of sizes, right? Because that's part of what we heard during the community engagement period in 2019, that not everyone needs, the same size home or wants it. And so, our goal was to be equitable in the approach to people's needs, preferences, and the like. That I would enjoy a more focused, affordable housing strategy as part of our zoning, and that is not something we can do today. But we are working on a proposal that would address that, but it's not prepared for this particular case.
Okay, I didn't think so. I just wanted to make sure that something hadn't just gone right through my head. I had not overlooked something. It seems to me that the comments that are coming in, the callers that came in, there is real support for doing this and real support for doing it right. And but I don't see outright support for the whole plan as it is right now, and I don't, and the opposition is generally not complete opposition, but we need time to try to figure out some of the details. So I think I support what my fellow commissioners have suggested with the deferral. I mean, it's a huge amount of work has gone into this from the study, the planning study that was done, and then all of the work on the UDO. And if it's this close and we can get it closer to right with another another meeting or another 4 weeks or whatever you think is needed, this is such an important neighborhood for getting our urban core fabric right. I think we really need to give it the time to do that. So I don't know if I'm last. I don't think I'm last.
Yeah,
Chair,
no,
I
no, the council lady has to go.
okay, so I will support deferral.
I skipped over the council lady. I
If you
apologize.
want to come back for a motion of deferral, I'm happy to make that, but I will otherwise yield.
You're a good person, Vice Chair. I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Council lady.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Farr is a good person too. So thank you for not forgetting me, though.
That's good.
I will say, so listening to the presentation, a few things came to mind. I did wonder about the effective date, and I'm really glad that was explained. And I have concerns about what are we going to do with that when we're talking about deferral. I do really think that this is something creative. We just praised Council Lady Allen for being creative and thinking outside the box in a way to bring affordability and density into our urban zoning overlay area and urban core. And this is going after a similar mission. We heard that directly from the council member, and we heard that directly from staff that those are the goals here, is affordability and creating that density in our urban core. And so I think on a planning perspective, this I totally agree with staff recommendation that this meets a great planning goal. And then it gets extra bonus points for being creative and being well thought out. My concern with deferrals are that in something like this, they can almost be overanalyzed and shoulda, coulda, woulda, or what if to death after, if we defer this too far out, or I mean, even if we do entertain the deferral, my concern is that that it might start losing the main fabric and goals and missions that it seeks to achieve. And so typically on this one, I would say let it go on to council, because there is still plenty of time to have the community meetings and get questions answered, as we heard from staff and we heard from the councilman. They're both committed to doing that and have been doing that. And so that's where I'm not crazy about doing a deferral, because from a policy standpoint, I think that we agree with staff recommendation. If there is, it sounds like, though, I'm at the will of the commission as always, right? And so if there is going to be a deferral, I do not think we need to defer this very far out. I think it needs to stay on track and not be deferred more than one meeting or so, because we don't want people to lose track of it, or for it to get too far away from its effective date. And I will say that is very unusual to have the effective date in a zoning thing like this, at least in my experience of 6 years on council. But I think that it is very a good thing to be responsive to the community, to have that in there. And so I think I just really would, I guess, I mean, I'm willing to make the motion for a one meeting deferral, although I do think that there's plenty of time to get accomplished what needs to be accomplished before it hits council. But I think the majority of the commission would like to see a deferral. I guess I would like to hear from the councilman on his thoughts on what a deferral would look like, whether that be one meeting. And honestly, off the top of my head, I don't know when our next meeting is. So that might play into it as well. So Director Kemp, when is our next meeting? And Councilman Sledge, how does that play into your meetings you've set up with neighborhood associations?
Director Kemp.
Sure. We have meetings on March 11th and 25th. I would urge the commission as well to hear from the council member. I think that, I was listening very carefully to the public feedback and trying to identify whether there were community engagement type education questions or sort of technical issues that need to be resolved. And it sounded to me like, at least where we are today, that we're more in the former category, that there's just a desire for more kind of to digest the standards and respond. And so I think I would recommend probably a 2-meeting deferral only. I agree actually with Council Member Murphy that sometimes if you put too much time into it, that sometimes you can lose momentum, and we certainly wouldn't want that to happen here. But we do try to respect sort of notice requirements and give people time to come to meetings. And so I think for that reason, I would recommend a 2-meeting deferral. And I think that still meets the council deadlines as a start. But Chairman, the commissioners recommend, or pardon me, the councilwoman has recommended a response from Council Member Sledge. So with that,
Yeah, let's, Councilman, I always like to hear from the council members on their thoughts and, after all of us discuss it. So Councilman, and thank you, Councilor Murphy. I appreciate those comments, and Director Kemp. Let's talk to the Councilman. Councilman Sledge, what are your thoughts?
Thanks, Sharon. Thanks everyone for the discussion. I appreciate really everything that was said, the spirit of it. I think we are, almost there. I think we are there in spirit. I think it is on technical language at this point, quite frankly. I was looking back while y'all were speaking about kind of what dates I had offered community meetings on, and some of them would have fallen within a 1-meeting deferral window that would have worked, and some of them, at least one of them, would not. I can say I think that even though I do agree with the council member, we know how these things go as far as the community discussion goes, but I do think a 2-meeting deferral definitely gives me enough time to get the feedback on that one neighborhood meeting that we're in the midst of setting up, and gives me the ability that if something bubbles up, 10 days from now, that we're able to spend the time on it that it needs. So if y'all are looking, what I would say is if y'all are looking to a 2-meeting deferral, I feel very comfortable with that and feel comfortable we could get the remaining pieces of this put in place.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councilman. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
So back to Council Lady Murphy. You heard from Councilman Sledge and the director. I think, to me, it seems like a 2-meeting deferral is appropriate. And what date would that be, Director Kemp?
excuse me, March 25th.
Okay.
Okay. So I guess my second real quick question is, and maybe we don't even need to think about this at this time, is the April 6th effective deadline. I guess that will be something that changes. My concern is anytime that something like that is advertised, is whether people rely on it or not. And so is that something we need to make a recommendation? Obviously that would be before the pending legislation, but I guess that's something that would come next time. Is that right, Director Kemp?
Lisa, could you speak to the sort of council schedule and sort of what you know of in terms of where we are in that process and the pending piece as well?
Yes, certainly. This is Lisa Milligan with Metro Planning. There is a bill that has been introduced. That bill was introduced, apologies, that bill was introduced on February 2nd of this year. Once a bill is introduced, then it is considered to be referred to the Planning Commission. And once a bill has been referred, then there's a council rule that states that in order for the public hearing to be held, you have to have a recommendation from the Planning Commission, or 30 days has to have passed from the time that it's introduced. And so the public hearing is currently scheduled for the next week at council. And so 30 days have not passed. And so the public hearing would need to be deferred at council. Regarding the the pending legislation, essentially pending legislation is a doctrine, it's not a rule. And the doctrine of pending legislation is essentially that you don't want things to be permitted or built that are repugnant to any legislation that has passed. And typically that is signaled by both a planning commission recommendation as in addition to the introduction at council. And so there has not been a planning commission recommendation, and so it would not trigger pending legislation at this point, and the effective date can be shifted with our next recommendation.
Okay, thank you. So I guess with that, I will make the motion that we defer this for 2 meetings.
But so forgive me for interrupting. I apologize. The council member has reached out, and I believe at his request, he's seeking a 3-meeting deferral. If you would want to confirm with him, I believe that he has a child's birthday on the 25th, and birthdays are important. So I hope he's not mad at me for revealing personal information, but birthdays matter.
These are important things as a father. Let's get it on the record. Councilman,
okay.
Would you?
Yes,
3 meetings.
Yes, if you do 3 meetings, I think my family dynamic would be much improved. Thank you.
Yeah, you won't get killed. Yeah, by your family. I get it. Okay. So, Council Lady
yes,
Murphy.
seeing is that Arthur is frequently in the attendance of our meetings here at planning and at the council. I definitely do not want to lose his vote when I need it at the council. So and I will avoid Arthur's birthday and would like to make a 3-meeting deferral to keep in good favor of him. Thank you.
And so, Director Kemp, what date is that? Or Lisa, what date would that be? Just so we know.
Lisa, can you confirm it's April the 8th?
Yes, hold on. I'm apologies. I was dealing with a barking dog and pulling up a calendar. Yes, April 8th, and Maggie apologizes for her behavior.
Sweet Maggie. Okay, so it's proper motion for a 3-meeting deferral. Is there a second? Vice Chair Farr?
Yes, I'm happy to second that.
That's a proper second. Any discussion? If you'll raise your icon hand. And just to be clear, we would have another public hearing at that time for the deferral. Is that correct, Director? That's the intent?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so it's proper motion and second. Any other discussion? If you would raise your icon hand or verbally state you'd like to discuss. Seeing none, we're ready for a roll call vote. Commissioner Blackshear.
Aye.
Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and both items are deferred, 19A and B, for 3 meetings. So now we are on to item 21, and I believe Amelia is going to do the presentation. Amelia?
Oh. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. This is Amelia Lewis with the Planning Department presenting item number 21 tonight. Next slide, please. The request is to rezone from AR2A to SP zoning to permit a multifamily residential development. Next slide, please.
Staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. And next slide. The site is approximately 11 acres and is located on the north side of Murfreesboro Pike. As you can see in the aerial, the site is zoned AR2A, and the proposed zoning on the site is SP. The properties to, it's kind of the east and the south of the site, are a mix of residential or a mix of zoning districts, but have primarily been established with residential uses, as you can kind of see from the existing lot pattern there. And then the properties to the north and west are primarily zoned AR2A. Next slide, please. So here's another aerial of the site. I just wanted to show this. So Murfreesboro Road goes across the site. And something that you can see differently from this image as opposed to other images is the site, of course, is highlighted in blue, but the existing development to the east has these road stubs that we'll talk about later on in the presentation. Just wanted to give you that visual. Next slide, please. So the site is also located within the Murfreesboro Pike UDO. So this was created in 2012 to enhance the Murfreesboro Pike corridor through some additional standards for parks, open spaces, pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure, as well as landscaping and signage. So you can see the image on the left is the whole UDO that applies to this site as well as many others along the corridor. And with any, if this SP were to be approved with any final SP submittal, of course, this the proposal would need to meet the standards of the UDO. Next slide, please. So the SP plan is shown on the screen. I think it could be described as somewhat regulatory in nature, in that it establishes the development intensity on two different portions of the site and establishes a total number or a maximum number of units. The maximum number of units is 124 proposed units for this site. And so you can see on about in between the green and the red, there's a diagonal line, which is an existing TVA easement. It kind of creates a natural buffer on the site, as well as breaking up kind of the intensity. So along the southern portion of the site, right up against Murfreesboro Pike, we have a more intense multifamily district proposed. And then as we shift further north into the site, the density decreases. And that is largely in effect of the policy, which we'll discuss in the future. Another feature of the proposed SP is that it provides a proposed public road through the site, as well as connecting to the adjacent development to the east. Next slide, please. So the site is within two different policy areas. The southern portion of the site that's right up along Murfreesboro Pike is in the suburban mixed-use corridor policy. And that's shown with the lined pattern. And this policy is really intended to create a mix of uses along the corridor. And this could include commercial or higher intensity multifamily, as is proposed with this SP. And then we go to the northern portion of the site, which is the lighter solid orange. And that policy is suburban neighborhood evolving. So this is really more of a residential policy at a lower intensity. So we kind of have that contrast of the higher intensity up at the front of the site and then moving to the lower intensity in this neighborhood evolving policy. It should also be noted that improving connectivity is an important aspect of the policies, which is also provided for in this site plan. Next slide, please. Given the consistency with the plans as well, or with the policy as well as the UDO on the site, including the density and connectivity, staff recommends approval. Sorry, approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Amelia. All right, so we'll open this item for public hearing, and I believe Sean is the applicant on the line.
I am.
All right.
Good evening, everybody. This is Chip Howarth with Alfred Benish and Company. I appreciate all your time. I was kind of laughing at the dog interrupting earlier. I very likely will have a kid interrupting, so hopefully I can get through before that happens. So again, thank you to Amelia for her presentation. Appreciate that. I mean, this has been a very collaborative effort with planning. We're appreciative of all their work on the process. A little backstory on the property. The property has been owned since 2002 by my client, was purchased in 2002 by my client's grandmother. She has subsequently passed away and left it via estate to my client's mother and aunt. They're out of town. They are not developers. They approached my client and said, like, hey, you know, we're trying to get the estate in order. What should we do with this property? Being that it's zoned agricultural, we were put in contact and literally just took it to planning and said, like, hey, we have this piece of property. We know it's located on Murfreesboro Pike. You know, we've got some neighborhood evolving policy over the back half of it. Amelia referenced this natural buffer. You know, we've got the suburban mixed-use corridor policy on the front of it. The entire area is covered by the Murfreesboro Pike urban design overlay. You know, what would you guys support here? And that led to a conversation around some things that planning would like to see. The road connections were one. You know, the mixing of densities from RM6 to back, RM20 in the front, of the public road in between, all with the understanding that we were going to be governed by the Murfreesboro Pike UDO once development, if and when development began. So we've been following planning's lead throughout the process, and they've been great in working with us. I think I'll stop there and reserve the rest of my time if there's any comments from any neighbors. I know that there may be one, but I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you, and you'll have 2 minutes for rebuttals. So now we're ready to take calls from members of the public who wish to call in. Your screen should show the call-in number now. So please call in, and you don't have to wait because you'll be placed into a queue, and then you can speak. As a reminder, only call in on this current case, which is case number 21. When you begin the testimony, please state your name and address and whether you oppose or for the project. We're not able to display a timer, so Sean will be keeping track of your 2 minutes, and she'll let you know when you have 30 seconds left and then when you have when your time has elapsed. While we wait for callers to get into the queue, Lisa, did we have any any emails?
Hi, Chairman. We had one email in opposition.
Okay, thank you. Sean, are we? Do we have any callers?
Chair, we don't currently have any callers in the queue, so we'll take a brief pause and I'll check back in.
Thank you.
Chair, we have no callers in the queue for this item.
Thank you. And so, does the applicant want to say anything else? And
only to thank you all for your time and your service to the city, and thank planning staff for all their efforts on this case.
Okay, and I do not see the council member. Director, do you see Councilmember Lee? I do not. With that said, with no one else, Director Lisa, do you see any? I don't see any council members. I don't see the council member on this item.
Hi, Chairman. I don't see Councilmember Lee on the call.
Okay, so seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed, and we'll go to discussion. And I don't ever want to rush the commissioners, but I want to see, with no opposition calling in, is there any? How about we just open it up for the commissioners to speak, and then Commissioner Johnson, you want to go? Go ahead. You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I think as far as, regulatory SP, this is a great plan. Placement of RM20 closer to Murfreesboro Road makes sense. And, RM6 transition to existing neighborhood makes sense. So only thing I have not seen is between now and the final plan, I would love to see like a amenity to the existing community and also new community, such as open space, dog park, those kind of things. So I would like to encourage developer to work with the community council lady and as well as planning staff to making this already great plan to even better plan. And I'm in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other discussion? If you'll raise your icon hand or verbally. And seeing no other discussion, Commissioner Johnson, do you want to make a motion?
Sure, I'd be happy to. I make a motion to approve this item with condition.
All right, that's a proper motion. And is there a second? Vice Chair Farr, Commissioner Tibbs.
Yep, I like to second.
That's a proper motion and second. Any other discussion? Please raise your icon hand. Vice Chair Farr, do you have discussion? Your hand's up. And you're
just messing up.
Oh, okay. No problem. I want to make sure everybody's. So we have a proper motion and second. Any discussion? Please raise your icon hand or verbally state you would like to discuss. Seeing none, we're ready for a roll call vote. Commissioner Blackshear.
Aye.
Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and item 21 has been approved with conditions. And so now we are on item number 22, which I believe is Abby.
Hi,
Go ahead,
Chairman.
Abby.
This is Abby Rickoff with Planning. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, go ahead.
All right. As I said, this is Abby Rickoff with Planning, and I'll be presenting item number 22, the 2512 Rasco Street SP. Next slide, please. This is a request to rezone from RS10 to a specific plan for property located at 2512 Rasco Street to permit a detached accessory dwelling unit, or DADU, and all other uses permitted under RS10 zoning. As a reminder, you have considered this item a few times, most recently at the February 11th Planning Commission meeting, where a public hearing was held and closed. Next slide, please. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. I will give you a brief recap of this case on the next few slides. Next slide. The site is located on the east side of Rasco Street and is developed with a single-family unit and detached accessory structure. Next slide, please. The site is within a larger area of RS10 zoning. The development pattern to the east includes a high concentration of two-family residential uses. Next slide. The plan proposes to permit one DADU and all other uses of the RS10 zoning district. Development standards of any newly constructed dadu would comply with the requirements of Section 17.16.030G of the Metro Code. No additions or expansions will be permitted to any existing detached structure that is to be used as the dadu. Next slide. Guidance from the neighborhood maintenance policy recommends that the developed character be maintained and that when change occurs over time, efforts should be made to retain the existing character. Next slide, please. In this case, the site has previously developed with a primary residence and a detached structure to the rear, similar to many of the surrounding properties. The existing detached structure is located at the rear of the site, close to the existing detached structures developed on adjacent properties. Next slide. The yellow star is identified on the existing structure, and you can see how it relates to the existing structures, detached structures on the surrounding properties. Next slide. This is the land use map. The site is outlined in blue. Yellow indicates single family, and orange is 1 and 2 family residential. You can see where the land uses change pretty dramatically to the east, where the pattern shifts to primarily 2 family residential uses behind the site. Next slide. Given the existing development pattern and the contextual characteristics, staff finds the SP to be consistent with the intent of the policy and recommends approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Abby. We'll go ahead and open this item for public hearing. And is the applicant on the line?
Chairman, this is Lisa. The public hearing was closed at the last and remains closed.
There we go. So we're on discussion.
Chairman, it's the vice chair. I just wanted to let you know that I did watch the video on this one, since I missed it at the last meeting.
All right. I have to,
and so did I. This is
you watched the video.
Yes.
Okay. Excellent. I did not, so I apologize. And so I don't know if I need to hand the chair over to. I didn't have time when I found out I needed to. I was doing my day job, and I apologize. So, Alex, do I need to hand the gavel over to, or can I still preside and just abstain on the vote?
Mr. Chair, this is Alex Dickerson from Legal. It would be appropriate for you to hand it over to the vice chair.
Okay, so I'm out of this one. So, Vice Chair, will you just lead the discussion and the vote on this, and then
Sure. It's okay for me to do it. I mean, I watched the video. So, because we have the public hearing closed, I guess I will go with the approach that the chair has just had, and ask anybody who wants to comment on this one to raise their hand. I know there was some questions outstanding. Council Lady Murphy?
Thank you. If we need to have discussion, I am fine with that. If we're happy to make a motion, I am okay with that too. One thing I don't remember if I asked last time and got clarification is whether this was, I think what was going to happen was the existing garage is going to be converted into a residence. Is that correct, staff?
This is Abby Rickoff, and yes, that is correct. They would use it, they would convert it to a dadu.
Yeah, and so one concern here was that if it's been built to garage standards, is that one thing I've learned through restrictive covenants and whatnot is that is a different standard than a building standard than if somebody is going to live in it. And so I had concerns about that. But overall, I did not, I feel this is one of those one-off parcel zonings that I do not tend to like or support. And it's too far into the neighborhood for me to be okay with kind of the justification of changing on a corner or with an alley and things like that we've discussed before and I've become more comfortable with. And so this is not one that I can support, and that chair or vice chair, if you want to come back to me if somebody else doesn't beat me to it, I am happy to make a motion to disapprove
this rezoning.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sims.
Thank you. Yes. Abby, I want to first of all thank you for your patience with me. I've really struggled over this one, both because of what Councilwoman Murphy said about I don't like one-offs with it, and I think we have to be very, very cautious about how we use SPs. But I'm also struggling with the codes that the codes department and that was signed by the owner agreeing not to use this detached structure as a living quarters. So what does he want to do with it?
Hi, Commissioner Sims.
Go ahead, Abby.
This is Abby Reckoff in planning. So years ago, when the detached structure was built, there was a covenant that was recorded with the land, recorded at the registrar's office, agreeing that they would not use it as a living quarter because it's zoned RS10, so it wouldn't be permitted under RS10 zoning. So that's why it's been in existence as a garage with finished space inside. It exists as a garage with finished space, which is allowed in detached structures.
And Commissioner Sims, this is Lisa. That was signed by a previous owner. Okay. I believe the property has changed hands, and so this SP would make that be allowed to be legally used as a dwelling. So it does have finished space that cannot be used as a dwelling now, but if rezoned, it would be able to be used as a dwelling.
Okay, yeah, because I went back to and really tracked it through Parcel Viewer, and it actually was sold as having a livable apartment in it, so this is what's confusing me. So I'm with Kathleen Murphy. I can't go with this one.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Johnson, and then Commissioner Sims and Council Lady Murphy, if you guys want to lower your hands, then I won't get confused. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I too have concerns about this SP, and I understand this is a very unique neighborhood. So many duplex uses in single zone exist. So I think this type of neighborhood will be a perfect candidate for the overlay if all the neighborhood agree upon with those usage coming into their neighborhood. So instead of using SP to allow Dadu use in middle of single RS zoning does not suit me, especially a T3 neighborhood maintenance. I mean, T3 and T4 is, neighborhood is different, neighborhood character is different. So T3, I'm really having a problem with policy point of view. So for that, I am still not in favor of this proposal.
Councilmember Johnson, I'm sorry, Commissioner Johnson, this is Lisa Milligan with the Planning Department. I did just want to provide one point of clarification in regards to the Dadu overlay. This property is outside of the UZO, and so it would not be eligible for the Dadu overlay should that overlay be created through council. Additionally, even if the Dadu overlay was created, this property would not be large enough under that Dadu overlay. And so there may still be instances where we would be looking at and considering sort of unique instances within areas like this. But this would not be, this is outside of the UZO.
Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate the explanation. I do understand, I do sympathize with the homeowner. I think that's why we have a different function. I mean, to me, as a planning commissioner, I would like to see like a larger policy point of view of what kind of SP use is appropriate. In this case, T3 neighborhood maintenance, SP is used just repeal one portion of usage. So to me, to use SP with that use is not appropriate. However, this is, SP zone change. if council lady want to carry the bill, as approve or disapprove, I don't know how other commissioner will vote for, but that's council's authority. So I think, to me as a commissioner, I am still, I cannot support this SP zoning as a planning commission's point of view.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Any other commissioners have anything they want to share? Any thoughts to share? And if not, I will entertain, I got to scroll through here. Council Lady Murphy?
If I'm the only one left in the queue, then I am happy to just reiterate again that I'm very worried about the precedent we would be setting here, and I'd like to make a motion to disapprove.
That's a proper motion. Do we have a second? Council Lady Johnson? Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you. I second the motion.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion to disapprove staff's recommendation? If not, I will do a roll call vote. Commissioner Blackshear?
No.
Commissioner Gobble?
Aye.
You're an aye on the disapprove.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm going up. Your list is not alphabetical, so I'm struggling to go through everybody. Commissioner Sims.
I need a point of clarification. Are we voting to disapprove?
You're voting on a vote to disapprove.
Yes. Yeah, then yay. Yeah.
Okay. Council Lady Murphy?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs?
Aye.
Okay. I think I got everybody. So with that, the vote is 6-1 to disapprove staff's recommendation. And with that, I will send us to the next item and hand it back to the chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for doing that. I do apologize.
No worries.
Day job sometimes gets in the way of the night job.
I hear you.
So now we're on to item number 23. Amelia?
Hi, everyone. You guys can hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you. This is Amelia Lewis with the Planning Department presenting item number 23 tonight. Next slide, please. The request is to rezone from CL and RS5 to SP zoning to permit a mixed-use development. Next slide. Staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Next slide, please. The site is highlighted on the screen in gray. You can see the zoning line that runs through the site in a dark black color. Dickerson Pike is running north and south on the western portion of the site. And we have Gatewood Avenue, which runs across the front of the site along the northern portion. So like my previous slide said, the northeastern and the north and eastern portion of the site is zoned RS5, residential single family. And then the portion of the property on the west side along Dickerson Pike is zoned commercial limited. So along Dickerson Pike, the surrounding properties, as you can see, are a vast mix of commercial and mixed use. And that's primarily because the Dickerson corridor is to be a commercial mixed use environment. Along Gatewood Avenue, we start to see, and as we move east, we start to see a more residential character, primarily zoned RS5. And the proposed zoning on the site would be specific plan for a mixed-use development. Next slide, please. Okay, the proposed site plan is shown on the screen. The site has frontage along Dickerson on the left side and Gatewood at the top of the screen. The development on the site is distributed throughout 5 buildings. Starting on the northern portion of the site, there are 2 residential buildings oriented to frame Gatewood Avenue and a proposed public street that runs north-south through the site. So this would be a proposed plan extension of Luton Street. Again, these 2 buildings here are 3/4 splits, and they are designed to address both Gatewood and this new proposed road through the site. And then we carry down and we have additional buildings as residential buildings on the southern portion of the site. Looking at the western portion of the site with the frontage along Dickerson Pike is where we have a mixed-use building. You can see the designation for commercial. This building is proposed to be 6 stories in height. There are 2 vehicular entrances to the site. The first is just south of the proposed mixed-use building, and this access would eventually have a shared access easement over it to enhance kind of our goals of consolidating access along Dickerson Pike. And I'll talk more about those goals in the policy section. And then the second entry into the site is off of Gatewood Avenue with this extension of Luton Street. As you'll see on the screen, there's a District 1 and a District 2, and that's primarily just to distinguish between the residential portion, the purely residential portion of the site on District 2, and then the mixed use residential and non-residential in District 1. Next slide, please. So we have 2 different policies on the site. So if you look at the screen on, or the image on your left, we have urban neighborhood evolving in the part of the site that's currently zoned residential. And then along the corridor, we have an urban mixed-use corridor policy. They're kind of different in nature. With the neighborhood evolving, the urban neighborhood evolving, we really want to see an urban residential form, whereas with the Dickerson policy, we see an intent for mix of uses and some non-residential development. The site is also located within the Highland Heights supplemental area policy, which we'll talk a little bit about on the next couple of slides. Next slide, please. So I know you guys are pretty familiar with the Highland Heights plan, but this was completed after an extensive community engagement process and resulted in updates to the community character policies for the area that's shown on the screen. This plan established building regulating plans as well as a mobility plan for the area. And the building plan had sub-districts, which are shown in different colors on the screen. And we'll kind of go through what those plans said for this site. The site is shown in kind of, I did a circle over it so you can kind of see where it is. We have the M2 along Dickerson and the RS5 to the north along Gatewood. Next slide, please. So again, this is the site, just a closer up view of the different policies and character areas that are on the site in the Highland Heights plan. And next slide, please. So that residential portion of the site, the R5, it has a variety of building types that it could be appropriate, and those range from lower intensity manor houses up to courtyard flats and some mid-rise flats. And that is where we see the portion of the 3/4 split residential buildings that are designed to kind of front Gatewood and bring you into the development. As we move over to the western portion of the site, the M2 plan, the M2 district is calls for a little more mixed use buildings. We could see low-rise townhomes kind of being on the lower end of what we would want to see there, going up to really mid-rise mixed-use buildings, which is where we see that 6-story mixed-use building along Dickerson come in. Next slide, please. And this is just more information about the goals for the different sub-districts that we see here and kind of where they fall on the, I guess, in the spectrum of the building regulating plan. So we see on the left side, the R districts really start lower, and then they go up to kind of, they go up to R6, which is going to be the most intense. Here we're in kind of a little bit more intense, but not quite as intense for the type of residential development that we would want to see on the site. And similarly with the M2, we start to see kind of a mid-level non-residential, residential mix of intensity there. Next slide, please. And like I said, with the Highland Heights plan, a portion of that was not only the building regulating plan, but it was the mobility plan. And that whole mobility plan for the area is shown on the screen. So the site is outlined in red, that L shape that you see. And you'll note through there, there's kind of that diagonal gray line, which is showing the proposed, or the, I guess it was the intended proposed road that would go through the site, which is that connection of Luton Street to the south, which is kind of where that came from on the site plan. Next slide, please. So given the consistency with the policies and with the Highland Heights plan, and including the proposed road connection to enhance connectivity north-south on this side area of Dickerson, staff recommends approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Amelia. I appreciate that. And so we declare the public hearing, we'll open the public hearing. And is the applicant on the line?
Yes, Chairman. This is Scott Morton with Smith G Studio. I believe Bill Fowler, the developer, will begin our presentation.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. And just for the record, you have 10 minutes, and then you can save 2 of the 10 minutes for rebuttal. You may begin.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Amelia, thank you for that overview and for all your time and help on this project to date. My name is Bo Fowler, and I am a local developer here in Nashville. Over the past many months, we have enjoyed working with the Highland Heights Neighborhood Association, as well as the Dickerson Road Merchants Association, to put together what we are presenting to you tonight. We think this project will be a great addition to the neighborhood and the Dickerson Pike corridor. We will be providing much needed dense rental housing, as well as an active use along the Pike. This new housing will then attract customers for local businesses. We will also be providing much needed infrastructure to the corridor in terms of sidewalks, stormwater, etc. It'll be a great project, and we are looking forward to being a member of the community. Thank you to the Planning Committee for your consideration, and I'll hand it over to Scott with Smith G, who can give a more detailed overview. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, and good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Scott Morton with Smith G Studio, and I reside at 1005 North 14th Street in East Nashville. First of all, I want to sincerely thank the staff, the community, and Councilman Parker for their efforts and engagement with this application. Over the last 8 months, we've worked diligently with these stakeholders to come up with a plan that is consistent with community policy, provides for an engaging public realm, high quality architecture, and a contextually appropriate design, most fitting for this prominent site on the Dickerson corridor. As was mentioned in the staff presentation, this property is located within the Highland Heights Small Area Plan. The high level of guidance and design direction provided within the special policy was invaluable in the creation of our SP application. The SP application mirrors the special policy recommendations with the proposed SP regulations and standards. We tailored the document to directly reference the special policy recommendations across the board in regards to building height, scale, density, setbacks, streetscape, and public realm. One key feature of the Highland Heights special policy was the recommendation of a new north-south spine street through the middle of the site that will provide a much-needed connection from Gatewood Avenue to Marie Streets. Our team worked diligently with Metro Planning and Public Works staff to make sure that this roadway was adequately designed and provided for in the SP application, consistent with the policy's recommendations. Furthermore, the project accomplishes the special policy's specific goals of providing a balance of residential and commercial land uses along the corridor, enhancing the community by providing greater housing choices with a mix of building types of townhomes and flats, and a mix of unit types and bedroom configurations that will provide a variety of price points for this diverse community. Improve connectivity throughout the district and to the site with the addition of a new north-south connector road and connections to Greenwood and Dickerson. Providing best management, stormwater strategies, and sensitive development techniques, and providing a high-quality public realm and walkable environment through significant right-of-way dedication and new sidewalks throughout the site. And investment in new utility infrastructure systems that will increase capacity for this growing corridor. The policy sub-district supports medium to high density for this area, with a recommended range of 15 units up to 40 units per acre. The site and plan is currently well within the recommended policy thresholds at 25 units an acre, assuming our maximum allowed residential density. Over the last 8 months, the project team has hosted multiple meetings with the Highland Heights Neighborhood Association and its president, Gordon Stacy Harmon. This engagement has provided valuable input for the project design, and we've responded and provided changes to the design based on the direct feedback that we received from the community. Our case was deferred at the last Planning Commission meeting so that we could respond to additional feedback we received from the community immediately prior to the last hearing. We have since worked with the community and revised our plans to reflect their requested changes. Furthermore, we received an email earlier this week from the neighborhood president with some additional questions for our team. We have responded to the community with the clarifications that were requested, and as discussed with the council member, we are committed and shall continue working with the community throughout the process, including hosting additional community meetings and updates prior to the council public hearing, as well as one-on-one sessions with active community members as needed. Development of this project at the edge of the Highland Heights community and along the district's most prominent commercial spine will help absorb market share in the area, hopefully relieving some development pressures in the heart of Highland Heights and providing much needed density on the corridor. Despite the challenging topography and unique shape of the site, the design engages both Gatewood Avenue, Dickerson Pike, and the new north-south spine road. Dickerson Pike will be activated with storefronts for neighborhood retail and restaurants. The dedication of additional right-of-way along those streets will help transform what is now a heavily automobile-oriented area into a high-quality public realm experience. The proposed design enhances the pedestrian experience along the corridor and provides new connectivity to and from the site. Front stoops are provided between the buildings and the street for the 5 proposed buildings. to engage the streets in an appropriate urban context. The site also includes several residential amenities with a new clubhouse, pool, fitness center, and other amenities. A robust sidewalk network is provided between all of the proposed buildings and along all the roadways to create an interconnected, walkable community. Small plazas and urban green parklets are provided at street intersections and throughout the development. Lastly, the proposed uses are limited to residential and neighborhood commercial up to 10,000 square feet on the Dickerson Street frontage. Both owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied short-term rental properties are prohibited within the SP. And per the approved traffic study, the project will make many off-site traffic improvements that will benefit and improve the overall network within the district. The combination of the proposed design solutions and SP regulations will result in the most appropriate building form for the property that fully takes into consideration the existing context and meets policy goals and objectives. In closing, we sincerely appreciate the support and engagement we've received from the community, neighbors, councilmen, Sean Parker, and Metro staff. We greatly appreciate your consideration and kindly request that you support staff's recommendation of approval. We remain ready and available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Sean, did they have 2 minutes left?
Yes, Chair, they have 2 minutes and 28 seconds, so we'll reserve 2 for rebuttal.
Excellent. Thank you. So now we are ready to take calls from members of the public who wish to call in. Your screen should show the call-in number. So call in now. You don't need to wait. As I've stated, you'll be placed into a queue. So everyone should go ahead and call in on this particular item number 23. As a reminder, state your name, address, and whether you support or oppose this zoning. And we can't display a timer, so you have 2 minutes, and Sean will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining, and she will also let you know when your time has elapsed. So while we wait on callers to call in, Lisa, did we get any emails on this item?
Hi, Chairman. We received four emails in support and 4 emails in opposition.
Okay. Thank you. And Sean, do we have any callers?
Chair, we do not currently have any callers in the queue for this item, so we'll take a brief pause and I'll check back in.
Thank you.
Chair, we have no callers in the queue for this item.
Okay, so it's back to the applicant, and then we'll do the councilman applicant. Is there anything else you want to say, or are you good?
No, thank you, Chairman. I think we're good and look forward to your input.
Okay, thank you. And I believe that the councilman is. Yep. Councilman Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioners, for being here this evening as we enter the 3-hour mark for this particular meeting. Appreciate y'all's service. So, you know, this one, I really appreciate the applicant team. You know, there's sort of trying to meet the goals of 2 different relevant recent studies. Is no easy task, and you know I think that they're definitely on the right track here. You know, the biggest thing that gives me pause about where we are in the process with this one is just simply that we have a letter of opposition from the neighborhood president, who, you know, the Highland Heights Neighborhood Association is very well versed in the planning process. Very, you know, several active members who are very familiar with the relevant policy in the area. You know, we're involved with the drafting of the policy for the area, including the the chair of the association, who has submitted a letter requesting deferral of this. And that is something that gives me a great deal of pause about moving forward with this today. And now specifically to the plan as presented, you know, there are the concerns that remain from neighbors are specific to, you know, traffic, parking, some of the normal stuff that we hear with development proposals. And I think that some of the misunderstanding might be from the fact that this is essentially a more detailed regulatory SP rather than like a site plan SP. I think that has led to just a little bit of lack of understanding on community members' part, which is understandable. We have had a couple of community meetings around this proposal, I believe 2 with Highland Heights Neighborhood Association specifically. We had a third scheduled, but I believe due to a personal, for personal reasons, the applicant was not able to attend that meeting. And I understand that life happens and whatnot, but I do think that it would certainly be appropriate to have that follow-up meeting, given the level of question and concern there is in the community. Additionally, just as we look at the goals of specifically the Dickerson study, I mean, as well as the Highland Heights study, but you know, we really want to see these sort of active uses on Dickerson. You know, we don't simply want the east side of Dickerson to develop into you know, the outer facade of just multifamily buildings. You know, we want commercial there. We want walkable neighborhood businesses and amenities along Dickerson. And there is the opportunity for that in this plan. There is also the opportunity to not do that in this SP. The applicant, if this SP were approved as is, could build that Dickerson fronting portion. As I understand it, they could build without doing any commercial whatsoever. So I think that, I know that, you know, it's market conditions vary, and that flexibility is something that everyone wants in their regulatory SPs of this nature. But, you know, I think that when that flexibility allows us to deviate to such an extent that we're really, it's possible to say not activate any of that stretch of Dickerson with kind of mixed use activity. I think that we might need to take a closer look at that. And, you know, some of these things I'm comfortable addressing at the council level. I generally prefer not to push substantive considerations off to the council level, because then I lose all y'all's wonderful staffers and whatnot in the process. And I know y'all will answer my emails, but it's just, I think it's better to get things right from the jump than it is to say, okay, we'll fix it at council if we can. And so again, you know, I'm sort of at the will of the commission on this one. You know, I can assure you that this will continue to be looked at. We will continue to engage with the community as we move forward. If this is approved tonight, and then if it's deferred, we will also continue to move forward and work on it and take closer looks at it. But, you know, again, the biggest thing giving me pause about just shuffling forward with this tonight is just simply that we have a very active and very engaged and very knowledgeable neighborhood association chair who has submitted a letter asking us to defer it. And, you know, I can't discount that as I'm weighing this. So I'm going to stop talking now. And as I said, I'm kind of at the will of the commission this evening. And I believe we've got, we're very close to having a great plan here. And so I appreciate y'all listening to me ramble on for 5, 6, 7 minutes, and I'll turn it over to the commission. I'll be available for any questions if you do have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I appreciate that.
Chair,
And so,
this is
yes.
sorry to interrupt, Chair. This is Sean with the call center. We did receive a call as the council member was speaking. So again, we'll defer to the commission's preferences on how to handle those once we've moved to the council member portion of the hearing.
Okay, yeah, like I said earlier on another case, to be consistent, since we are doing it by telephonic means, to err on the side of obviously letting the public speak. So, but then we'll have to, I would like to, if we do that though, I think it's also appropriate that, the developer gets to speak and also the councilman again. I mean, I hate to do that, but that's kind of where I'm at. And let me ask the commission, is there an objection to doing that? I want to err on the side of letting the public speak, but to be fair, I think the developer and the councilman should speak after that. Is there objection? If you'll raise your icon hand, okay. So seeing no objection, we'll allow we're still in public hearing, so I think it's appropriate to allow the speaker to speak. So you can go ahead and patch them through.
Chair, you have the caller.
All right, welcome, caller. You have 2 minutes, and please state your name and address. Thank you. Go ahead. Hello? Is the caller on? Sean, are we having technical difficulty with the caller?
We have not on this end. Let us take them out of the meeting and see if we can still get them, and then we'll put them back. Hold on just a moment, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Chair, you should have the caller.
Okay, welcome. Please, you can say your name and address, and you have 2 minutes. Go ahead. You may begin, caller. Sean, can you hear me? Are we having...
Chair, this is Sean. I can hear you, but not the caller. Bear with us just a moment. We'll try again.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
may
Chair,
begin.
you should have the caller.
All right, go ahead, caller. I still don't hear anything, Sean. Sir, you can go ahead. Sean, can you...
Chair, this is Sean. We aren't able to hear the caller either. There may be some technical issues with, we hear them briefly when we place them in, and it's as if their phone is losing connection. Oh. Caller, are you with us? Chair, we'll take them out of the meeting. Hold on just a moment.
And commissioners, I appreciate you all being patient. We always want to make sure we err on the side of making sure we address the public.
Chair, the caller is going to hang up and call right back and see if they end up with a better connection. So we'll give them just a moment to do that.
Thank you, Sean. Just keep us posted. Appreciate it.
Chair, you should have the caller.
All right. Welcome. State your name and address, and you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Chair, this is Sean again. Are you able to hear the caller?
Sean, this is Lucy. I'm not able to hear the caller.
Okay. We want to make sure the problem is on our end. We're going to put this caller on hold. I'm going to call the line from a different phone, and we'll see if we can patch me into the meeting as a test. And then if that doesn't work, then perhaps we'll suggest that this caller convey their concerns to the council member or their comments to the council member for the next stage of the process. But let us confirm that the line is working the way that it should be. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Chairman, I'm speaking with our attorney, Mr. Dickerson, and I was just asking for his advice about sort of how other commissions handle it. If there's a technical issue with the caller, obviously we very much want the public record to reflect the input. And Alex, I was wondering if you could just share with the commission sort of your advice about how we would handle this procedurally and to meet our standards for public comment.
Sure. This is Alex Dickerson with Metro Legal. So this happens obviously in the age of COVID when we're trying to do this virtual stuff. I think you all have put forward a lot of effort to attempt to accommodate whatever the technical issue is. But ultimately, if the individual calling in is unable to connect for whatever reason, I don't think there's a problem with continuing on to the next caller. You could also encourage the individual to perhaps send an email to a specific address to maybe see if they can get their comments in that way.
Thank you, Director and Alex. Let's let Sean see if we don't have technical difficulties on our side, and then we'll move on. We'll give it another minute, okay? Sean, just let us know if you're not having technical difficulties on our side.
Chair, we did just receive a call from a different number, so we're going to try to put that one in and let that serve as the test. Bear with us just a moment.
Okay, thank you.
And Chair, you should have a caller on the line.
All right, welcome. Please state your name and address, and you may begin. 2 minutes. Hello, anyone there? All right, well, Sean, I think that there's just technical difficulties. We've tried to do that, so we're just going to have to move on.
All right, we'll let the callers know the other means of conveying their comments. Thank you for your patience, Chair.
Yeah, no problem. And so where we are, just to remind the commissioners, the council, we had the rebuttal. There was no rebuttal, and then the council member spoke. And now, seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. And so now we're on.
Commissioner.
Do what? Hello?
Hello, I was told I would be able to speak before you close the public hearing.
Well, all right. So I'll rescind my comment on the public hearing being closed. And then we'll, as I stated, we were in the original portion where we'll allow the rebuttal to happen and the council member to speak. And you have 2 minutes.
I appreciate that so much. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties that we've been having to get through to you all this evening. My name is Rachel Morbier. I live on Luton Street in Highland Heights. I'm a member of the Highland Heights Steering Committee, and I was just calling to voice my support for a deferral on this particular project. While I know that the team has been very receptive to conversations with the neighborhood, we do still have a lot of concerns as submitted by Chairperson Harmon's letter. I agree with a lot of his concerns, and I have those too, and I would just ask that you consider deferral. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate all your hard work.
Okay, thank you. And so we'll allow the applicant for rebuttal.
Yes, Chairman, this is Scott Morton with Mission Studio. Again, we appreciate everyone's time, and again, we hadn't heard of these concerns until 2 days ago. We tried to address them via email. So if there's still unresolved questions, for the community, we of course want to provide that clarity and would support a deferral to continue that conversation, because this is new information to some degree for us to just make sure that we have everyone's support and get all clarifications addressed.
Thank you. And Councilmember Parker, you want to say anything else?
No, I thank y'all for your time. I think we've taken up enough of it. And I am, especially if the applicant is comfortable with a deferral of some degree, then I of course am as well. So I just would turn it over to the commission at this point. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, and that may very well be. And then if there, I do like, I know the staff and the team and I know the developers. If there's any other concerns from commissioners, we'll go through the commissioners' discussion, and then if we move, then we can discuss a deferral if we want to. So how about we start with, so with no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed, and now we are on discussion. Commissioner Gobble, you want to go first?
Well, it seems like there's a lot of talk about a deferral. I'm willing to go ahead and make a motion to defer unless one of the other commissioners thinks that that's inappropriate.
Okay. Any other discussion by commissioners other than a deferral discussion? If you'll raise your icon hand, is there any other discussion? And then we could get Commissioner Gobble. Vice Chair Farr?
I guess this may be the discussion after a motion, but I know that staff always wants us to provide some ideas to why we're suggesting a deferral and what we want looked at. So I guess if we go into the discussion, if we have specific questions or issues that we want to make sure are looked at, we might want to address those.
Yes. So do you have any, Vice Chair Farr?
I think the only one that I have that really comes to mind to start is the commercial space that seemed like it was questioned in the comment letter that we got opposing the project, and trying to get a little more clarity about what that might be. And then I thought that the council members' point about not wanting Dickerson to become a facade for multifamily housing, which I think the plan addresses that, but I would just be curious in staff's take on that.
Yeah. What is their take on that? It's interesting. Director?
Hi, excuse me, Chair, I have my hand up whenever you're ready, so.
Were you asking what we think about that now, or what we think about it after the deferral? Forgive me, I didn't understand.
Yeah,
I didn't. Was saying it as a upon the deferral, those are the things that I would just, if we defer, those are a couple of things that I would just like to,
Thank
hear
you.
your thoughts on.
So we've got the regulatory SP and then the flex commercial, as well as the comments in the letter to review and provide specific feedback on.
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Sims.
Yes, I really appreciate Council Commissioner Farr saying that. And I really felt like Gordon Stacy's, Harmon's letter really pointed out the concerns they had in a really good way. So I think Lucy already said that, but I wanted to be really for the record that this letter states their concerns.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner. Any other discussion or questions on the project? If the commissioners would raise their icon hand. Any other discussion? So, Commissioner Gobble, you want to make a motion to defer?
One question: how long do we want to defer?
Yeah, Director, are we thinking a 2-meeting deferral and open the public hearing back up, or is that what?
I want to I'm assuming there's not a bill, but I want to confirm with Lisa. I'm certain there must not be based on the council members' comments, but Lisa, could you check on that?
Hi, this is Lisa. There's no council bill.
Okay. So what do you 2-meeting deferral and we'll open the public hearing back?
I think that's sufficient.
All right. Commissioner Gobble, will you make that motion?
I move for a 2-meeting deferral.
And we'll, with the intent of opening the public hearing back up.
Absolutely.
It's a proper motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Tibbs.
I second that.
All right, proper motion and second. Any other discussion? If you would raise your icon hand or verbally state you want to discuss. Seeing none, we are ready for roll call vote. Commissioner Blackshear.
Aye.
Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
The ayes have it and deferred 2 meetings. So we are on our last item. And that's item 24. And I believe Logan is going to take care of us. Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Logan Elliott. I'm with the Planning Department, and I'll be presenting item 24. Next slide, please. Item 24 is a request to rezone property from R6A to specific plan zoning to permit a maximum of 39 multifamily residential units. Next slide, please. Staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Next slide, please. The property sits at the northwest quadrant of the intersection of Merritt Avenue and Pillow Street and is zoned R6A. The northeastern and southeastern quadrant of this intersection is also zoned specific plan and permits multifamily developments. The remainder of the lots fronting Pillow Street in this immediate area are zoned R6A, and IWD zoning exists to the west down Merritt Avenue. Next slide, please. The policy for the site is urban neighborhood evolving and intends to enhance neighborhoods with greater housing choice, improved connectivity, and more creative, innovative, and environmentally sensitive development techniques. To the west is urban mixed-use neighborhood policy. Next slide, please. This property is also within the Wedgwood-Houston Chestnut Hill Planning Study area that was adopted in 2019. This specific property is within Subdistrict 2A, also called South Wedgwood-Houston, and this subdistrict is the residential core of the Wedgwood-Houston neighborhood. The subdistrict has experienced significant development over the last decade, and the Wedgwood-Houston Chestnut Hill Planning Study states that this area should continue to evolve to allow flexibility in housing types to address affordability. Next slide, please. Here we see a table from the study that identifies potentially appropriate building types in the various sub-districts of the study area, as well as potentially appropriate building heights and stories. This table identifies that sub-district 2A is potentially appropriate to support 3 to 4 story flat type buildings. Next slide, please. Looking at the site plan of this SP, the plan proposes a 4-story multifamily building with surface parking partially beneath the building and to the rear of the building. The plan proposes to improve the currently unbuilt public alley and to draw access to the site from this alley. The plan proposes an appropriate streetscape with the building located near the edge of the sidewalk and with the presence of on-street parking, sidewalks, grass strips, street trees, and pedestrian connections to the street from the ground floor unit. The parking area is proposed to be covered with pervious pavers, and a 6-foot opaque fence is proposed to screen this parking area from the adjacent property to the north on Pillow Street. Also, a covered bicycle storage is identified on the site plan. Next slide, please. The elevation of the building shown here gives you an idea of the building's massing. The height of the building is limited to 45 feet at the eave, with a maximum building height of 50 feet overall. The building steps back at the 4th floor to reduce the perceived mass of the building from the street. And 45 feet is a typical maximum building height of a 3-story building. So this building height represents a relatively short building for 4 stories. Next slide, please. This SP proposes a building with massing, orientation, and a parking situation that is consistent with the urban neighborhood evolving policy and the guidance provided in the Wedgwood-Houston Chestnut Hill study for the 2A subdistrict. Therefore, staff recommends approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. This completes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And so we'll open this item for public hearing. And is the applicant on the line?
Yes, sir. Can you hear us?
Yes. So you have 10 minutes. You can save 2 of the 10 minutes for a rebuttal. And state your name and address. Begin. Go ahead and begin.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Good evening. My name is David Powell. I am with Hastings Architecture, 225 Polk Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee, 37203. Next slide, please. As Logan mentioned, the project location is at the northwest corner of Pillow and Merritt. We wanted to also identify here the proximity to other development scales, as well as very specific developments, meaning the finery and segment. Both are developments that were master planned and developed by CORE. CORE is the developer for this particular project as well. Next slide, please. So CORE is clearly familiar with the neighborhood and has established a reputation of developing in evolving neighborhoods. So this particular slide shows the context with regards to use around the proposed project that we're presenting tonight, and you see the amount of mixed use, industrial and commercial and multifamily that are all around our project. What is in green is indicating recent developments of duplex, housing product type. Our project is directly adjacent to a larger scale commercial building to the west and across the street, as well as a block away to the east from picking up more commercial, and a block to the north at the north end of Pillow Street. And as Logan mentioned, the SPs across Pillow Street, the two of the 3 other corners that are multifamily of similar scale and type on this particular intersection. Next slide, please. So Logan also mentioned that the policy in this area has included in it the recently adopted in 2019, the Wedgwood Houston Chestnut Hill planning study. We wanted to point out that our project that we're proposing that would be associated with, in particular with the specific plan, addresses statements and the spirit of what the study was about with regards to flexibility in housing types and to address affordability. This project is focusing on micro-housing and additionally encouraging design that is informed by and respectful of the existing character and from our perspective, standing in that intersection and looking at the three other developments or the three other corners of the two recent developments of multifamily of similar scale is supporting this statement, as well as I mentioned earlier, the fact that this is a transition from commercial and industrial uses to single and duplex residential. And then, of course, this project will, as mentioned by Logan, have a great deal of improvement to the streetscape and safety and quality of the neighborhood with curbs and gutters and sidewalks, on-street parking, fire retention, improvement of stormwater conditions, et cetera. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, this is a micro-housing project, and so we've done a great deal of research on the micro-housing product type. We don't want to spend a lot of time on this slide unless we need to after hearing public comments, but the takeaways here on this particular slide are the priorities for the users and the tenants of micro-housing, and that is location and price point. And obviously this is a highly sought after neighborhood, but is needing a different range of offerings to allow for a different price point, and the micro-housing helps address that. And again, we can circle back to this slide as needed later. So next slide, please. So quickly talking about the site plan. As mentioned, this is a 4-story building. We're proposing 39 units in the SP. It's very important to understand. We want to state clearly that there are no short-term rentals associated with this. There are 30 parking spaces associated with this residential project, and almost half of the spaces are under cover under the building in this pervious paver parking area. And then lastly on this slide, we wanted to point out that all vehicular traffic is onto Merritt Street, as far away from Pillow as possible. In this alley designation, that is an improvement of this alley that currently is not improved beyond or to the north, but improving it enough to be able to utilize it for access to our site. That also contains the dumpsters, and so all loading and dumpster, trash access also occurs here. Thinking of Merritt as the more traveled street. It's also important to note that the MCSP calls this out as an improved street that's slightly widened Merritt up to Pillow, acknowledging that this is a more heavily traveled street than Pillow, which is another reason to have our access point off of Merritt. So if you can go to the next slide, please. Too far, one back, please. A few other things. We're improving the sidewalks and curb and gutter, as mentioned. Previous slide, please. We also have on-street parking, and it's also important to note that we have overhead lines on Merritt Avenue that we are bearing as well. So in terms of improvement of the character and quality along Merritt, that's a contributing factor as well. Okay, so quickly moving through the height of the building, as mentioned earlier, is within what is approved by character. It's 45 feet tall, and which is the same as segment and similar to WeHo cottages across the street. Next slide, please. These images, the next 3 images, are what we presented at a community meeting. We've been working on this for the past year. We've had multiple sessions with the planning department, communication with Councilperson Sledge, and we presented this to the community at a neighborhood meeting facilitated by SNAP last October. And that meeting is actually on their website. There's a video of that on their website for everyone's viewing. We had no negative comments or major feedback that came out of that meeting.
Applicant, you have 2 minutes remaining.
Okay, I will stop right there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, and you have 2 minutes for your rebuttal. And so now we are ready to take calls from members of the public who wish to call in. Your screen should show that call-in number now. You don't need to wait to call in because you'll be placed into a queue. This is our last item for the night. As a reminder, please state your name, address, and whether you support or oppose this particular item. We're not able to display the timer, so Sean will let you have 2 minutes to speak. Sean will let you know when you have 30 seconds left, and then let you know when your time is up. So while we wait for folks to get into the queue, Lisa, did we have any emails?
Chair, this is Sean at the call center. We're actually going to put Lisa into the meeting as a phone call to make sure that it's working properly, and she's going to give you, she's called from a separate line, going to give you the email report over the phone, and you should have her now.
Okay. We're getting a lot of feedback there. Just FYI. All right. Lisa?
Hi, Chairman. This is Lisa calling in from my house. And we did receive emails on this item. We received 6 emails in opposition and 14 emails in support.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to hang up now.
Okay.
Karen, we wanted to make sure there wasn't an issue with our line, and I think we've confirmed that there is not. So we have a good line in.
I figured that. Good. Nice work, staff. Nice way to be on your toes late at night at 7:32. So now, Sean, do we have any callers on the item?
Chair, we do have callers, and I believe you should have the first caller in the meeting.
Okay, welcome, and you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address. You may begin.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Dwayne Cuthbertson again. I'm at 409 Merritt Street. I'm calling to convey my support for this SP. We live just a half a block from the site. 20 years ago, I probably could have thrown a rock and hit it. Not today, though. I think the development proposal in front of you, we think it'll positively complement the neighborhood. So my immediate neighbors, the 3 other single-family homes in this little cluster, and I, we've communicated about the plan more than a few times, and we're all seemingly in agreement that this SP will be positive. The intersection has already experienced similar redevelopment. The SP appears to complement the new pattern and provides a pretty nice transition between our residential part of the neighborhood and the more intense commercial area. We live right next door to the segment, which is Core's project across the intersection from this site, and it's also 4 stories, and really none of us have any hardship or any concerns living next to a 4-story building. The building height really appears to complement the emerging urban pattern in this neighborhood. Even though there are 2-story houses right next door, I feel like this developer has been sensitive to that relationship and provided a nice transition and buffer. We also think this plan will significantly improve the pedestrian network in this neighborhood, and that's a subject that comes up time and time again with every proposal as important to us. I think most importantly, the housing types proposed, diversity of the neighborhood, it allows access to folks who are quickly getting priced out. It's a concept that this neighborhood embraces, and we think it's important to Nashville, and hope that you guys will support this SP as well for some of those points, as well as many others I don't have time to tell you. So we encourage you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilman Sledge, your hand is up. I want to make sure you're all right. We'll take you last, obviously. We're in the middle of discussion.
Of course, sir. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. All right, Sean, next caller.
Chair, you should have the next caller now.
Okay, welcome, and please state your name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Rieger. I'm at 1319B Pillow Street, directly on the other side of this development. The parking lot is on the other side of my fence. I did write an email that is in the comments. I just want to re-emphasize my concerns regarding the impact on my personal enjoyment of my property with the noise and my privacy for having a 4-story building right next door looking straight into my backyard and my windows. Also wanted to again address my concerns with traffic, congestion, and parking. I don't believe there are enough parking spaces for the number of units, and I don't agree with the justification in the plan for so few parking spaces. Also, I've read the support letters that came in. Most of them didn't include addresses, but the supporters appeared to be people who are not on Pillow Street or are the current residents of the property proposing development. Those of us in opposition are mainly residents of Pillow Street and are directly impacted by the rezoning. So I'm obviously in opposition of this development as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, Sean.
Chair, you have the next caller.
All right, welcome. Please state your name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
Oh, sorry. Hey, my name is Natalie Schumacher. I live at 1309A Pillow Street, so just down the street from the development. My only concern with the development is the parking issue, just because with the amount of units and only 30 spaces, the street already at nighttime especially is double parked on both sides and is essentially a one-way street. And we are a very walkable neighborhood, and there is some concern for the safety of our neighbors, as well as there have been an increase in car break-ins lately. So I'm wondering if more cars will actually increase break-ins as the development progresses. So that's it. That's just my concern.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chair, we have no additional callers in the queue at this time. We'll take a short pause in case anyone is dialing in at the moment, and I'll check right back in.
Thank you.
Chair, we have no additional callers in the queue for this item.
Okay, well, seeing no other callers, I just want to say thank you for all of the public calling in. Now we're on a 2-minute rebuttal for the developer, the applicant. I recognize.
Commissioners, this is Andrew Beard with Core Development. I live at 1498 Claremont Place in Green Hills, and just would like to represent the development and speak to the comments from our residents. We have, again, been working with SNAP and with the community since June of last year. It has been a process that has seen a couple of deferrals. Opposition has not come into the dialogue until really the last few weeks. I've done my best and contacted numerous neighbors. The themes that really are kind of pulled through the 4, 5, 6 neighbors that I've spoken with are majority related to parking and traffic. I want to kind of go ahead and begin to say that we're really asking forgiveness on 2 parking stalls relative to the zoning requirements and given the exemptions with regards to proximity to public transportation, providing sidewalks. And so what would be required in a typical situation with regards to Metro Public Works requirements would be 32 spaces. We're providing 30. Backing out of that, I'd like to just say that we really do believe that a small percentage of our buyers, single person households, will not have personal vehicles. We also believe that a small percentage of those who will be buying are buying second homes and will be using that in traveling to and from work-related instances. And so
applicant, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. In addition, I've been working with our immediate neighbor, with Lindsay. We have proposed a 5-foot buffer on her side of the property in addition to the 6-foot fence. Also, the building is 38 to 40 feet away in its majority from the property line. The easterly most portion of the property is 10 feet away. Within existing zoning, we could build up to 5 feet away from the property line. And with that, I do appreciate the interest of the Pillow Street neighbors, and we hope to continue to be able to address their
applicant,
concerns.
Your time has expired.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And so now we are, I appreciate that. And so now, Councilmember Sledge, it's your turn, my friend.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll be brief. Thanks to everybody, residents and to the applicants who spoke tonight. I have been kind of involved in talking with this applicant for a while, and they have been going through multiple conversations, both on the neighborhood organization level and individually. And anytime that something came up to me from a resident, I made sure to pass that along to the applicant so they could reach out, and then the applicant followed up with me on what those conversations were. So I do think they've been active on that front. They have been responsive to design issues that I've brought up, and I will tell you my position, which won't surprise the commission when it comes to parking, is I think the parking here is adequate, it being 2 under Public Works, but even so, I asked the applicant to reach out to the neighbor to the west, which is a commercial property with a dedicated parking lot, to see if they could have a shared parking agreement. The applicant did that. The neighboring property owner so far has not been amenable to that request, but I reached out to them again this week to see if there was another possibility there. So I do feel like they're doing a lot of the legwork that I would hope as a district council member that an applicant would do. So I appreciate y'all's consideration on this, and I think they can get those additional pieces worked out to where this can be a good project for the neighborhood. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate that. And so, seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Commissioner Blackshear, you want to go first?
I'm not voting on this one, Chairman.
Oh, gosh. Well, holy cow. I'm so sorry. So how about we go to Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think as far as our plan goes, placement of the building and placement of the parking, additional landscaping, and, opaque fence. And I think it's really try to kind of match up into existing neighborhood. So those are, I took it as a very thoughtful plan. And so micro unit, so that's, I was out. Is it marketable, that's market need? I was not sure, but of course, the development community knows what marketable, what market needs, and so forth. So I will, defer their judgment. So as far as parking space, I'm just curious, why 30 will be appropriate for the 39 units. And do we have somebody from Public Works to the specific requirement on that? Is the parking required per unit or parking required per square foot? If you were to give me that, that would be helpful.
Hi, this is John
Commissioner
Bogosian
Johnson.
at Public Works. Just want to confirm that you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, Logan, go ahead if you wanted to answer.
I was just going to walk through the parking counts, John, but you can go ahead.
Okay, sure. To answer your question, parking standards are set within our code, and for multifamily, it's defined based off bedroom. SPs, however, can define their own parking standards. With this case, they did adhere to the parking per code. They did take some reductions that are permitted per our code, based off 39 bedrooms. With the reductions permitted, it was calculated to 29 parking stalls. You could also account for half of your on-street parking. So in theory, they could claim that they are providing 33 parking spaces.
Okay, thank you. So yes, of course, there's parking and traffic is always a concern, but so hopefully not everybody owns the car, and seems like a trend goes that way. So I think as far as policy is concerned, this type of building and design, height and so forth, I cannot say it's against the policy. So for that, I think it's a great plan for this specific location. So hopefully, between a council member and adjacent neighbor, so if as we move forward, we can kind of, settle those kinks, that would be great. But as far as our plan, I cannot fault it's against the policy. I think it's precisely we are, demanding this kind of plan and design in this specific location.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councilor Murphy?
I think Commissioner Johnson hit a lot of my concerns about the parking and some of the existing kind of area around here and how this fits in. And so I think at this point I'll listen to what other commissioners have to say.
Thank you, Councilor. Commissioner Sims?
First of all, I really appreciate the people that are really pulling this together. Your reputation in town is really strong, and I think you're doing a good job of trying to fit into the neighborhood. I have a couple of questions about micro units in and of themselves. Do we have regulations that actually look at micro units? And I guess this is a question to the staff.
Hi, this is Lisa. I mean, as regards to building permits, they would be permitted just as any other multifamily unit.
Okay. And in this, there've been quite a bit of cities who have really started with this way and then ended up backing away from, these are, I'm thinking Seattle particularly because I was involved in a situation out there about micro units. And the potential hazards on health of micro units. As a matter of fact, Seattle decided to outlaw them. And there is a square footage limitations that were ruled by both San Francisco and by Seattle about the health of how small a unit can you actually go. And also the price, because it will be cheaper. I mean, you probably are likely to rent it for $500 a month, but per square foot, there's some evidence that it actually drives up the square foot cost. So if somebody could just address that, I'm actually excited about trying this, but I did teach policy at Vanderbilt forever, and if I just look at the evidence about what other cities have learned from it, it's disheartening, actually. So I know that y'all studied it. I can tell by the way you put it together. Can you address how you are looking at the potential issues that might arise from macro units?
Commissioner Sims, is that a question for the developer or for the staff team?
I think probably the developer, but anybody. I mean, I just really am. I don't want us to ignore that there are potential concerns with this kind of building, and that I'm wondering who's looking ahead to address those.
Well, I think Lisa can explain kind of what our minimums are and that sort of thing first, and then if we need to ask the developer more questions, if you want to ask the developer more questions after that, then we can go there. Lisa?
Hi, this is Lisa Milligan. So there are building code standards and life safety standards in regards to light and air and ventilation and all of those sorts of things, that these units will have to meet those building code standards. And those things covered health, safety, and welfare. And so these units would not be any different than the other multifamily units in that they will have to meet those same standards. In regards to any specifics about the micro units, I would defer to the developer.
Thank you, Lisa. You're so smart.
All right. There's a developer on the line.
We are.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you have both the developer and the architect for the two speakers representing the application tonight. And on the architectural side, I can say, to elaborate on what Lisa just said, there are a lot of livability condition requirements that are in the codes that we will have to comply with. I also think it's important to point out that different cities have different definitions of what micro housing means and what the minimums are. And I can say that our units at approximately 450 square feet are significantly larger than what they call micro housing in Seattle, which is closer to 150, 200, 250 square feet. So they're kind of apples to oranges, even though it uses the same terminology. Andy, do you have anything you want to add as a developer?
No, I don't think I have anything else to add. I guess I'm interested to see if we are answering the question. I wasn't terribly clear on specifically what the question or the concerns were about the micro units specifically. But again, our units that we're calling micro units, I would call them Nashville micro units, 450 to 550 square feet studios is really what they are.
Okay, I think Commissioner Sims, does that answer your question?
It does. I just want to see what size and about what is the price point of these?
So at this point, we're looking at that 450 to 550 square feet unit being below $250,000 and probably starting in the neighborhood of $235,000. You know, one of the reasons we're drawn towards this particular concept and product type is it doesn't exist in the neighborhood at the moment. You do have what's called congregate housing that our architect actually was a part of a project called Humphrey Street Flats.
Martin Street
Flats, sorry. Those are 175 square feet per unit. Right. With a bathroom, a kitchenette, but they share living space, common kitchen. So that in and of itself is a very different animal as well. Again, I think what we're proposing is typical to the market. a studio product, but probably somewhere between 75 and 100 square feet less than what you might typically find. But at the moment, to find something in the neighborhood that's anywhere close to being underneath $300 or $350 or $400,000 is few and far between. The opportunity zone has kind of kicked the current investment environment into rental product, and you are seeing a lot of different multifamily flats in that space, but we're kind of taking a smaller approach to a little bit more of a boutique, higher end kind of smart unit, which will be equipped with smart technology and will be wireless, really marketing to and designing towards a very particular buyer profile that does value proximity to amenities. They are environmentally informed in terms of the decisions that they make, in terms of how they move from point A to point B, and that matters to them. And I've been trying to discuss this with a lot of neighbors who, in some ways, have thought that this product is more like what might be called an SRO, which doesn't have a good name in some cities as well, which, you're just packing a lot of people unthoughtfully without design sense into spaces for people, that are usually, priced out of markets. This is just offering a price point that's not currently there. An alternative residential product that's not there. It does focus on single person households, which according to the U.S. Census is the fastest growing demographic in the country. More and more people are wanting to live alone and not live with roommates. Marriage and creating a family is being deferred, further and further. And so this is a real market demand that we have researched very thoroughly, and we feel confident that we're going to meet.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
I really
Sims.
appreciate that. I had in my time on the commission, I've never seen a micro, so I was really trying to get educated on what exactly is this. And my first thought of it was an SRO, and so I'm really glad to hear they're being more thoughtful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tibbs.
I think the architect has done a good job with this. What I like about the micro units is it gives another alternative. It's not like it'll be the best thing for everybody, but it's a different, it's a different option. I think the developer who just spoke mentioned that in diversity in housing opportunities is good for a city, and David was exactly right. So I think a lot of the micro units that are a lot of big cities are less than 500, closer to, like he pointed out, 100, 200. And I remember living for a little while in an apartment in New York. It was about a little bit more than this one. So anyway, as far as, that, I don't see a problem with it. And the first time I read 4 stories, I was, concerned, but just until I realized it's really more of a 3-story height of a building. The parking could be an issue, but I think based on the type of units and the alternative for the people that would probably be more interested, you might find a lot more who would be maybe more interested in public transportation or bicycles, walk-ins, whatever. So anyway, I think I'm pretty supportive of this. I think it's pretty well done. And back to Commissioner Johnson's part, it does follow policy. It doesn't seem to deviate from it much at all, actually. So I think it's a good project. I understand the community's concern, and my first blush with it about the parking numbers, I could understand it, but I believe that the philosophy and the way that they have come about the numbers is pretty consistent. And, that they're pretty close to what code would require. And based on the type of units, I think they probably have figured it pretty, I think it's pretty accurate, based on what the assumptions are. So still interested in the couple extras, others that would comment, but I'm in support.
Thank you. Commissioner Goebel?
Yeah, I want to applaud the developer and the architect on this. I think they've done a very good job. I have actually lived in units smaller than these and just didn't know to call them micro units. And I think that it sounds like they're on the right track, and I support staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Farr, you're the last to speak.
I've been amazed how dense this whole area has gotten in the last few years. I remember some of the first projects we approved in this area, and seeing what continues to go, it always amazes me. But this project does fit with the context of everything around it. I recognize the parking numbers don't sound like they quite add up, but again, everything we're reading and everything we're talking about is the need to reduce. To limit the parking is not the demand that it once was, and so I think I trust that with, especially talking about the micro units. So I think that if am I last? Can I make a motion?
You're last, yeah.
I'm last. I would like to make a motion that we approve staff's recommendation.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Tibbs?
A second.
All right, proper motion and second. Any other discussion? If you would raise your icon hand and or verbally state you would like to discuss. Seeing none, ready for roll call. Commissioner Blackshear, are you abstaining? Okay. Vice Chair Farr?
Aye.
Commissioner Goebel?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy?
Aye.
Commissioner Sims?
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs?
Aye.
Ayes have it, and item 24 is adopted. Now we are on to other business. Historic, anything in historic?
No, Chairman, no report this time.
Okay. Parks, that's Jeff. He's not on. Executive committee, just make sure we have some, we've been working on some workshops. We had a really good, our last workshop on redistricting was really good. I want to say thank you to the commissioners. A lot of good discussion. And Vice Chair, anything else on executive committee?
Nothing for me.
Okay. And then Director, do you have anything you want to tell us about?
Nope, just thank you all for your service. I wanted to let you know that we held a really great visioning session with the Civic Design Center on 2nd Avenue last week. We had about 80 attendees, and we had a really nice discussion. So I'll continue to keep you informed on that front. Thanks so much again.
And I appreciate Mr. Goebel for doing all the work that he's doing on it. So thank you. Thank you, Director. Council Lady Murphy, any legislative update?
Yeah, just real briefly, wanted to share with y'all that Greg Claxton gave the council a similar update to what we got about redistricting. And I think that was really helpful for council members to start thinking about that, start thinking about what questions they have and what groups are in our districts that need to be involved in that process. And then secondly, he also covered the capital improvements budget, because I think that's important to go over again with the council, because as you all remember last year, we kind of sped up that process, and it was the first time for several council members to go through it. And so I just appreciate the staff being willing to do that for us.
Excellent. Thank you. And I'm glad it went well. Mr. Claxton does a good job. All right, seeing nothing else, is there a motion to adjourn? Commissioner Tibbs?
So moved.
Without objection, we are adjourned. All right,
night.
see you guys later. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.org.